coming our session, just to checking if it's worked. Yes, it's not working. Hello everyone, my name is Mehman. I'm the member of the Affiliations Committee of the Wikimedia Foundation, and the Affiliations Committee is the Wikimedia community-run committee entrusted with advising the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees to approve new affiliates in the moment. This includes user groups, chapters, and thematic organizations. And on this screen, you are now watching the members and advisors of the Affiliations Committee. Yeah, just about a little bit about the purpose of the Affiliations Committee. Like we are interested to check how the affiliates in our moment was recognized or de-recognized. We are managing the conflicts within the affiliates, and also like helping the affiliates on the capacity building. And of course, we are like contributing the moment. Currently, we have 9 voting members in the Affiliations Committee and 6 advisors. Some of the advisors are here with us today, and some of the members too. And the Affiliations Committee have I'm just a little bit confused with that system. It's not looks like online. So Affiliations Committee has 3 subcommittees, including conflict management. This run by the by the members of the Affiliations Committee who are the member of the conflict subcommittees. We are just like dealing with the conflicts inside of the movement and inside of the affiliates, and helping them to like fix the issues in the moment. And plus, we have mediation program inside of the conflict management system, which helps the moment to be more healthy, to stay more healthy. Affiliation Recognition Subcommittee, it's where I am the member, and our proposal is to review the application for the user groups, approve them, also review the chapters application, but chapters are not recognized by the Affiliations Committee. It's fully up to the Board of Trustees to recognize chapters, but we are giving the recommendation, our recommendation to the Board of Trustees to recognize them. That includes also thematic organizations. And AffCom created a new subcommittee for communication this year. It's aimed to enhance transparency, improving the information flow, and fostering stronger engagement within the affiliates and broader Wikimedia community. This subcommittee will focus on streamlining the communication process, ensuring timely updates for the newsletter, and they will explore how to use the social media for this purpose. Recently we restructured our newsletter, and now it includes more highlights about quarterly affiliates status report, and also AffCom workflow and scope of work. And a little bit about the affiliate strategy. As you know, in this June, Board of Trustees realized announcement about affiliate health criteria and small changes in the user group recognition process. And now the support staff of Affiliations Committee is working to implement, working on plan to implement these 2 changes in our processes, and we expecting that new affiliate health criteria to be live by the end of this month. And also during these changes, we paused the recognition process, which starts from the June 12th, and we expect that we will done all things by the end of September, and we will resume the recognition process at the end of September. and a little bit about how the user group recognition process is working. There are like simple criteria for the applicants that they need to met. And also there are extensive parts of the review process which was run by the affiliations committee. Like we are checking how your mission is aligned with the Wikimedia Foundation, about compliance with the naming guidelines of the Wikimedia Foundation, how your information is public on MetaWiki, about your plans, and if you are allow new members to your user group. And we need like to design a contact person from your affiliates to us. And also we are checking the overlapping issues because you need to be all regional based user group or thematic based user group, because we need to check if in your region there are any other affiliates who is working, and we don't want to like mix the issues in your region. Same applies for the thematic too. And at the end, AffCom reviews your application, votes, and if it's in favor, so you are recognized. There is some changes, as I mentioned, after the strategy process in the user group recognition. You can check this all on MetaWiki. It exists, but I just want to share that there will be now interview process with the applicants, and also some changes in the how you need to work. And also there will be trial period for 1 year for new user groups. About the chapter recognition process, it's already done by the affiliations committee, but I as mentioned before that we are just giving the recommendation to the board of trustees, but we are not recognizing the chapters or thematic organization. It's up to the board of trustees. What you need to do, like to be recognized in affiliation, you need to submit bylaw for us. And I want to share that affiliations committee 2 years ago developed the bylaw review guidelines and also bylaw recommendation for the affiliates. You can use these resources to prepare your new bylaw for chapter. And then you need to submit this bylaw first for affiliations committee. We will review, give you some advices or some recommendations, or we'll highlight what the issue is in your bylaw. After the bylaw review done, you need to submit the criteria application for the for the affiliation committee. Will review. Also, will give you some advices, and if there will be any questions, of course, we will send these questions through the email. And at the end, affiliation committee will adopt the resolution on recommendation for the board of trustees, and then this goes to the board of trustees to be recognized or not your new chapter. Yeah, there is QR code to the bylaw guidelines. You can scan it and acknowledge yourself about this process. Do you need a time? I guess no. Or yes? No. About the conflict sites, I'm not a member of the conflict subcommittee, but I'll share how it works. This is the very busy subcommittee within the affiliations, within the committee. Like problems or issues, it's come to the AffCom through the emails, what they received, and then we start internal review. During the internal review, first we assess if this on the scope of affiliations committee, because sometimes the conflicts, it's not in the scope of the affiliations committee, and we are giving the advice for applicants to apply different departments at the Wikimedia Foundation, for example, Trust and Safety or the legal department, because we are working with our with our charter, and our charter defines what our scope and what's not. And if there is like no scope for us, we're just giving you advice to work with the different department at the Wikimedia Foundation. If it's in our scope, we are starting an investigation process. After that, we have some discussion with the applicants, also with the parties who involved in these, let's say, issues. And if there is chance to agree on something, we are giving the mediation to the parties. And at the end, then issue was fixed. We are signing the agreement with the parties, and we are closing the case. There is compliance and monitoring for the all affiliates. It includes the user groups, the chapters, the thematic organization. It's mainly managed by the staff of the staff support of the affiliations committee. What you need to know is just that if you are the affiliates, you need to submit once per year activity report for us. If you are chapters, you also need to submit the financial statement for us. And basically that's it. About the derecognition process, like if you are not submitting any report for 1 year, we are giving you like notice, and it continues around the year. So after that, you have 1 year to submit a report. We are just not derecognized quickly. And this is the affiliate health criteria. As I said, Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees published the plan about strategy, and this is the part of the strategy. We have extensive interview processes with all parties, including the foundation staff, the people from the community, with the affiliates, and we'll develop this health criteria with them. And Affiliations Committee already passed the resolution, and we approved these all criteria. You can check this on MetaWiki. And how we work internally as an Affiliations Committee, we have monthly AffCom call for 2 hours, where we checking all the updates and agreeing as a committee on some cases and have a discussion with about the current issues. There are officers meeting. The officers is like extensive body in the affiliation committee who manage main issues. There are chair of the affiliations committee, vice chair, and secretary, who the officers of the affiliations committee. We have subcommittee calls, 1 per month, for the recognition, for the conflicts, and also for the communication, but they doing their work asynchronously. There are office hours, and community members can join these office hours if they want and ask the question to the affiliations committee. And it's also used by the AffCom to agree on something if they have no time to join monthly call. And if there is any special request from the community, of course we are ready to meet them and talk with them. And there is quarterly affiliate reports. It's integrated in the newsletter. You can check it on our newsletter, what happens in AffCom and in the moment from the AffCom site. And we have annual strategic meeting. It happens like once per 2 years. We have our last strategic meeting in June 2022 in Paris, and next one is expected to be held on November this year. And stay connected with us. Our email is affcom@wikimedia.org. You can find us on MetaWiki, on social media like Facebook and Instagram too, but it's not very active, unfortunately. And if you want to ask me questions or ask the committee questions, we are ready to answer them. And we'll be happy to answer them.
Yes, just to add to what Mehman has said, we are happy to talk about the general process of AffCom, but we will refrain from talking about specific of any particular case.
Yes, because we signed NDA and we can't share the...
Yeah, and it's not really moral as well. So happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Yeah, what is the process for someone to become a member of the affiliates committee, and how long does that tenure last? And also, what's the process for someone to become an advisor to the affiliates committee?
Yeah, sure. Well, we'll change this process, but I'll tell you about current process, how it works. We are announcing the selection process to the AffCom once per year. It's mainly happening in between October December. If you want to become the voting member of the affiliations committee, you just need follow the emails from us. We are announcing it's around October. Previously, it's managed by the AffCom, but then we realized that it's very extensive work, and we can't manage everything at the same time. Now it's up to the staff support from the Wikimedia Foundation. They are running this process election. You need to fill the application form for us. And we are asking you, you want to be the member of the affiliation for the recognition subcommittee or the conflict side. You need to choose one of the subcommittees, and then affiliations committee internally reviews your application together with the board of trustees and staff support, and we're just voting will become the next voting member. But also we are giving the chance to all good candidates to be also the advisors of the affiliations committee. And advisors, they're in the process because we changed the process for advisors too. Now they are more engaged with the affiliations committee and with the community. So you're just acting like a member, but without the right on vote for resolutions. There is nothing very special difference between the advisors and the voting members. Yeah, that's a general process. But yeah, just wait. Maybe we can change some process in the election after our strategy meeting, but it's up to the committee. Again. Who?
Please, what?
The tenure. How long is the term?
The term for the voting member is 3 years. Previously it was 2, but we applied some changes in our charter. Now it's 3 years, and for the voting member is 1 year. Advisor, sorry, 1 year.
I have a question about the criteria for the affiliates, because there is this ongoing proposal for having something more than just the report that we were mentioning before. I wonder whether you can elaborate also on that part, because you were just mentioning a couple of reports per year, but there will be more criteria for the affiliates to be considered good affiliates and so on.
Yeah, we changed the criteria for the recognition very recently after the strategy process. Now there are more requirement for you from your side. But previously we are just recognizing all affiliates with minimal criteria, and we see that it's not working well, because after the recognition, some affiliates works well, they're very active, but some of them just even not submitting the report. And now we want to make this more healthy for the moment, because we don't want to just increase the number of the affiliates. We want to increase, but with the I would say precaution. Yeah. You want to add something? Yeah, and health criteria. It's for the existing affiliates. We want to improve their skills and their experience too. That's why we are applying the health criteria for review, and we'll assist this with that criteria in the rules. But of course, we will provide more information after we done the implementation plan with the new process.
Well, yes, because basically what I saw is that the criteria are there, but there is not any real numeric threshold. So it's hard to understand which are the level that are considered to be good or insane in the process. This is a little bit puzzling so far.
I think Natalia wants to directly answer that question.
Yeah, so the thing is that we are not thinking of having more reports than needed. There would be still one report. We are now figuring out how we can make it one report where there would be also included the criteria. You might be confused about that because we tried to make the process very slow and try to not rush. So we have the criteria published, but we do not have yet the reporting changed, or the forms or like requests on affiliates. The change that is like imminent is happening with the new affiliates. We are going to request them for some kind of like a test period or like track record before they are recognized. So for new affiliates, the changes are more fundamental than for the existing affiliates. So existing affiliates at the moment, like we just want it to be healthy, but there are no requirements coming right now to existing affiliates.
Yeah, I just want to also quickly answer, add something to this. We are simplifying the process. For example, currently you need to submit 2 reports, one for the community resource team via Flux system, and one general for the AffCom. But after this, you will be required just submit 1 report, combined one. This will be applied for the community resource team and for the AffCom too. Here's a question.
Hi, thanks. Thank you for the lecture. I would like to ask, when there was a diagram when you had a case, just at the start. Okay, when you have the case and you have the awareness, internal review, conversation, and the final step was agreement. What if you cannot agree with something? What if the agreement is not possible? What happens then?
Well, I guess Matches have more information about this because it's up to conflict subcommittee.
Hi. So I'll start. My name is Maciej Nadzikiewicz, and I'm also a member of AffCom and a member of the Resolution Committee. I'd like to start by saying that the goal is always to reach an agreement. Yes, but sometimes needs stressing, either with the affiliate leadership, with the affiliate staff, or with the affiliate as a whole. One example from the recent past that I can mention of what happened when the agreement wasn't met is the case of an affiliate in our region. In 2021, I will mention only the process as it is listed on Meta. You can see that after a few years of investigation by the foundation staff, and later on when AffCom was consulted, a decision was made for Wikimedia Armenia to be subject to quite strong and fast changes, or eventually it would face derecognition and not be funded anymore. So that's the most extreme case of what can happen if an affiliate is not able to resolve a big conflict. However, in this case, the conflict was also quite big. If we are going into smaller things, smaller conflicts, we can give a warning to an affiliate, mention that, hey, you should change the way your process works, you should change the way you operate. This is, let's call it the lowest level of possible intervention of AffCom. It may be a recommendation, a direct recommendation of what the affiliate is supposed to do. It can be a guide in direction of what affiliate is supposed to do. But each time it's very case specific. Yeah, so it's hard to say what happens when agreement is not met, because it depends on what the affiliate is, what has happened, what has not happened.
Yeah, I just want to add that it's not always the warning, because most time we're just giving the recommendation, and the recommendation is working. Currently, I don't remember the situation when we not resolved or can't resolve the situation within the moment. We basically, most of times, resolving the situation with good intention, and we are not giving just warning for everyone. It's working.
Czy mikrofon możemy prosić? Trzeci?
3? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now it's working. Just a little follow-up. I was just curious. What's the strongest tool that AffCom has? What's the atomic option that you have? Just for curiosity.
The atomic option would be de-recognizing the affiliate, removing its trademark, and stop funding it by the Wikimedia Foundation.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
But it's never happened. I just remind you all, because we are here to like resolve the issue with the discussion, with the giving the recommendation. Like our intent is not to recognize everyone in the moment. Our intent is to just give you advice and to like contribute to your development.
Yeah. Yes, and
And also, we are not controlling the funding issue, because funding is up to the Wikimedia Foundation Community Resource Team. We have no power to stop the funding of the affiliates.
yes, and to add one thing here, the topic of the slide may be a bit misleading. We do not like to think of it as conflict intervention, more actually the name of the committee is conflict resolution, because AffCom can also be called by the affiliate to help with something. So please do not think of it as a police that is coming to check if everything is being done right. But if an affiliate itself thinks they have a problem with membership system, or if they have a problem with anything, basically, they can also themselves reach out to AffCom and ask for help from the affiliate committee, from the supporting staff, from the foundation.
Yeah,
so,
but basically we are intervening, like that's called intervention, because they are asked to intervene in this. We are not just like hearing if there's something happening, so it's our job, so we can intervene. They are asking us, not we are going to them.
Robert?
I'd like to ask a bit about statistics, because I read on the AffCom Meta Wiki page that AffCom is currently managing six active conflicts, and how many conflict intervention requests is coming to you every year?
Basically, like per year we are receiving 2 or 3 cases, but rate of the resolving the issue is more higher, because if we not resolve the issues, there will be more active cases. Yeah.
And to add to this is, Mehman mentioned 2-3. Those are the cases that AffCom actually accepts, because we also receive many emails, requests from the affiliates, from the community, that AffCom decides not to undertake, sometimes because they are not within our mandate. Somebody is coming with us to something that could be much better dealt by just a mediation within the affiliate, or a labor dispute that is not within AffCom's power, not within AffCom's charter to actually do this sort of work. So the actual caseload, I would say we receive more than one a month, but like 20% of it is actually brought to AffCom for the full process.
Yeah, we can't provide the average, but I just want to say that before the pandemic, there are less cases to come us, but after the pandemic, it's increased. But we can't give any average number.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
And I understand that a typical conflict intervention lasts over a year or even more. Yeah.
That would depend. Sorry, that would depend. There were cases in AffCom that could be with AffCom conflict intervention that could have been resolved by a couple emails, maybe a meeting. But that depends on how complicated the case actually is. Some of them, if I remember correctly, took 3-4 years to complete because of the advancement. Once again, I would direct you to, you can see quite well on Meta a notice about the Wikimania Armenia case from 3 years ago. It has quite a good timeline of what happened where. If I am correct now, the investigation first started in 2016. It ended up
we
in...
can't provide any internal information about
No, but that's on Meta.
yeah, well, read on Meta. So I just want to share that this why it's so extensive. So not everything depends on us, because when we're sending the communication to the conflict part, we are waiting their response. Sometimes it takes from their side like month or 3 months, and it's not depend on us. But we have set a timeline. There is timeline, and after this timeline, if there is no response or no anything, we are just archiving this case, and that's it. It's up not just to a conflict side, but also the recognition side, because we are working with the chapter applications, and just we are sending them email that you need to fix this in your bylaw, and we are waiting like for a long time, like 6 months. And after the some time, we are, of course, archiving this.
I hope this answered the question.
Give them the microphone because she wants to translate, I guess.
Yeah. Merci. Ok, bonjour tout le monde.
Hello everyone.
Je suis Dominique Eliane et je suis de Wikifranca,
I am Dominique Eliane and I am from Wikifranca.
qui est la collaboration, le hub de collaboration des francophones.
It's the collaboration hub for the francophone communities.
Ok. J'ai 2 questions. La première question, quelle est la collaboration entre l'AffCom et les différents hubs?
I have 2 questions. The first question is, what is the collaboration between AffCom and the different hubs
Pour l'attribution des affiliations.
for the affiliation recognition?
Alors, je pose cette question parce que l'année dernière, j'ai été présidente du comité d'administration de Wikifranca.
I'm asking this question because last year I was the president for the head. No, sorry, the chair of. I'm translating the chair of the board for Wikifranca.
OK. Et nous avons été confrontés à une difficulté.
And we have met difficulties.
On a plusieurs pays francophones qui sont affiliés au hub Wikifranca.
We have many different countries that are affiliated to the hub Wikifranca.
Et il y a le Togo, qui est un pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, qui est aussi affilié à Wikifranca, mais le comité était en train de travailler à avoir son affiliation.
And so Togo, which is a country that was seeking affiliation with Wikifranca, was also seeking affiliation, where we helped them seeking affiliation from the AffCom.
Alors, il y a un groupe de Wikimediens que nous, en tant que Wikifranca, on connaissait et qui sont très actifs dans la communauté francophone et qui travaillent beaucoup.
So we have one group of Wikimedians that we've known for a while and that are very active in the francophone community.
Et c'est ce groupe qui est en train de faire la demande d'affiliation pour créer le user group du Togo.
And that's the group that was asking for affiliation to AffCom, to be the user group of Togo.
Et à côté de ce groupe, il y a des personnes inconnues, enfin que nous on connaissait pas, que le comité, l'équipe de Wikimediens togolais ne connaissait pas.
And aside from these people, there are other people who we didn't know about at all, and the active Wikimedians in Togo didn't know.
Et c'est ce groupe-là, on ne sait pas par quelle magie, qui a fait une demande d'affiliation à l'AffCom.
And this group has asked for AffCom recognition. I have to translate this. A bit by magic, that they asked AffCom for recognition.
Voilà. Et ils ont eu l'affiliation en tant que user group du Togo.
And they had the affiliation. They received affiliation as a user group of Togo.
Donc, ils étaient censés être le user group principal du pays, alors que l'équipe que Wikifranca connaissait était aussi en train de faire sa demande d'affiliation.
And they became the main kind of representative of Togo, while the people that we were working with and knew were trying to do their recognition process as well.
Ça a donc bloqué le processus de demande d'affiliation du groupe que nous, en tant que Wikifranca, on connaissait. Et donc, ils n'arrivaient plus à faire les démarches. Et l'autre groupe qui a reçu l'affiliation refusait carrément de travailler avec eux en tant que Wikipédiens. Donc, ça, c'était vraiment compliqué pour nous, en tant que hub, de pouvoir les aider à travailler ou les départager. Enfin, c'était vraiment une situation assez compliquée.
So what happened is that basically the two groups kind of came in conflict, and the recognized by AffCom refused to work with the people we knew and we were working with, and it just kind of came to a standstill and made it very complicated to work together as Wikimedians.
C'est pour cela que je pose cette question.
And that's why I'm asking this question.
Est-ce que pour attribuer l'affiliation à un groupe de personnes ou à une communauté, est-ce que l'AffCom a la possibilité de, ne serait-ce que demander, par exemple, au hub ou travailler avec les hubs pour savoir si ce sont des communautés reconnues ou c'est vraiment des, j'ai pas envie de dire des profiteurs, mais des gens qui s'amusent à...
So the question is, can AffCom work with hubs? And this is me, Delphine, adding, and anyone really in the region or anyone who knows people who are active in a certain community. Can AffCom work with the hubs to actually understand the dynamics of the communities on the ground? And how can we do that better? J'ai un peu triché là sur la fin, mais j'espère que ça va.
Thank you for this, and thank you, Delphine, for translation. Yeah, we are aware about this situation, and I just want to share that we already fixed this issue in the Togo. But once again, I will explain how that works, the recognition process. We are receiving the application from the region, from the user group, and we are setting like review process based on this application. Unfortunately, we have no, until now, no power to go and investigate all the issues on the local level. That's why we are working just through the application. And after the strategy process, now it's changed. Now we have the interview process with the applicants, and also during the review process, we're also asking the neighboring, let's say, affiliates in the region, or if there are any other affiliates within the country, we are asking them to provide some insights or some ideas about the applicants. And if there is no issue, or sometimes we are not receiving any answers from the neighboring countries' affiliates or from different groups, and we are limited with our capacity to intervene in this process. And based on the application, we are recognizing them. But as I said, it's all changed now. We have more extensive review process, including the interview, and this will be fixed very soon, all the issues. But for the Togo, we received this complaint and we already fixed this issue. For the hubs, well, we are working, we are charter, and our charter unfortunately does that you need to intervene in hubs case. But we of course open to collaborate with hubs too and get their ideas during the review process or recognition process. Thank you. Any questions? That was great if there is no question and everyone get it our point. And then
Yes, hello. I would like to have a question. So I'm coming from the LB Wikipedia, which is not yet recognized as user group. And my question is, which are the best arguments to convince the other Wikipedians in my country to join and to apply for a user group?
Sorry, which Wikipedia?
LB, Luxembourg.
Ah, Luxembourg, okay. Well, there is many benefits to become the organized, let's say, affiliate, because then, let me point out the bullet point here. If you become the organized community, you'll receive, for example, permission to use Wikimedia Foundation trademarks including the logos, Wikipedia logos, and etc. You have a chance to apply for the funding, but individually you also can do that. But if you will be organized user group, there will be more benefits to apply for the funding from the Wikimedia Foundation. And there will be the big plus to become the affiliate in the country is that you can communicate as a well-organized organization with your government institution, with the, for example, with the libraries, if you want some collaboration with them, with the museums and etc. It's very help you. I know how it works because my community is Georgia, will not very well organized before, let's say, 2019, and like if some agencies want to collaborate with us, they are like just searching the people in Facebook to find to collaborate with Wikipedia. But when we become the well-organized organization, now they know who is responsible for this. So like communication with the agencies, with the different organization, it's big plus. And also if you will be like affiliates, there is one big plus too. You can join, for example, regional hub. It's not the hub, but regional non-profit Wikimedia Europe, who works on legislative initiatives within the EU institutions. You have benefit from this too. And there is many fundings for the GLAM and for the education from the EU institutions. And you can apply for with your organization to that fundings too. You just apply for the Luxembourg. Can you someone give the mic to Natalia?
I'm also here. Hi. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna. I'm from Wiki Editors LX. We are, and still, yeah, I think I can see by your face that you know who we are. So we actually, I think we want to just give some feedback on how we felt. So for everyone, for context, we just applied recently for recognition. It was denied this year. It was denied. And I guess we want to take this space very constructively just to give a feedback on how it was the process for us. And we felt that we needed some more, maybe more interaction actually, to understand the decision. I know you talked about an interview now, and I imagine, I mean, you all have a voluntary work, so we know you're overburdened most of the time. But we felt on our side that we gave a very clear explanation how we operate with other affiliates in the region. We have a very good relationship with them. We talked with them. They all both said that they gave their partners. Yeah, we work with them very clearly. We felt that we had explained that in a very thorough way when we said all the activities we had done together. And then we really couldn't understand what happened on the process decision. So maybe, yeah, there wasn't an interview. So maybe having this kind of more direct communication would have helped us to understand both the decision, but also how to move forward from that, you know? So I don't know if you want to add something.
Hi, Mehman. I think the main question is how we can move forward, because I imagine it's something that happens to have this denied for the first time. I understand you guys have been through a lot of changes, the process are changing, and we apply exactly in the middle of this change. But the question, I think, I mean, there is the feedback, but also the question, how should we proceed from now? And one of the things that the response that they gave to us was that we should create a plan of how we're going to interact with our chapter and the other affiliate in our language. And I think it's fine, but we are also, I understand, there's nothing to do with our grant, but we create a strategic plan to have our annual grant. And we're doing this for the second year. Next year, we're going to do it again. So I wonder if this is not a lot to ask, because to create a strategic plan, it's a huge thing for a small group. And in our strategic plan, we include our partnership with our chapter, with Wikimedia Portugal, also with Wikimovimento Brasil, and other groups that we collaborate, because we collaborate in other languages, other affiliates. I also work with Art and Feminism, so we are always, we have a lot of partners. So for us, that was shocking, because we have a lot of partners in the movement, because we have a good relationship. We felt that wasn't translated, and the question is, how can we do that? How can we show that to the AffCom without having to create another plan only for the AffCom, if we already do this for the strategic plan? Yeah.
Thank you, Natalia. I know. I just give them quick answer. We know, I hear you, and not just me, but AffCom hears you. We know that communication for the years is not a strong, let's say, skill of the affiliations committee, but we are volunteers. We have our own life too, but we are trying to be more transparent and give more feedbacks from our side. And I know that sometimes our decision or our feedback is not well designed, let's say, and we are just sending the template answer for that. But we are improving this process, and after the strategy process, they will be well developed and more improved, and you will receive more like context about your application. And also, there is something what's apply for you. For example, it's not. I'm not talking about directly to your application, but sometimes we're receiving some application and we, as a volunteers, can't understand. For example, it's in some our languages, and without the translation, it's also an issue for us, because our capacity is limited. But we are trying our best. And for the strategic plan, for example, we are not asking to you provide the 3 years well-developed, well-designed strategic plan. You have partnership, you have some projects. We just want to know more about this partnership, more about this project, because when we are just evaluating your application, for us it's just small text without background. And for sometimes we need more background from your work, because there are similar thematic organization, especially Spanish language in your region. That's why we need to draw the border between these thematic groups. That's why we need more background from this. But as I said, we are developing a new plan. We are, let's say, improving our processes, and it will be more open and transparent for you in near future. I know that it's not the best answer for now, but after the new processes, you have chance to apply once again to the recognition. As a feedback.
Yeah, that's it. Because, sorry, because that's exactly the point. We have the overlap of gender and language, and I guess that's the issue, right? Because I would argue.
Not directly an issue, but sometimes we need more information from you, how your work is different than their work. That's the point.
But when there is an overlap, that means that we funnel our work. We will never work on Spanish language, because we work in a whole different project, which is the Portuguese Wikimedia. You understand?
I know, but they're not blocking, and overlap issue is not blocking point here. We have the power to recognize you or not recognize you. No one is blocking your application.
Okay.
And the affiliation committee also not blocking this. We just need more information from you at this point. That's the point. But yeah, this is the specified one. And as I said, you have a chance to apply once again for recognition with new criteria, with new processes, and things can change. Thank you for your help. Natalia?
I just wanted to make a comment. So affiliates or as organizations, as just tools, you may think that your community need an organization and that requires some work to do that. But if you cannot find people with whom you want to organize, just convincing people, it might not be worth it. You need to look at what your community needs, look at what are the pros and cons of having it as an organization, because if you are starting to create an institution, you need more people who actually want to do that, because if you are going to be a one-person organization, that's not going to work out. You're just going to burn out yourself, and it's not going to bring you. There are a lot of things that you as an individual can do. You can receive grants, you can receive even trademark permissions for some events or things. You can do a lot of things as a one person. Once you are also an organization, there is also bureaucracy, and there is also some other complexities that might not be worth it. Main thing is, do not feel that you have to have an organization. There are a lot of other opportunities to do things that you want just as a community member.
Yeah, and unfortunately, AffCom can't help you to find the people. Yeah, I guess we're done on time. What? Oh, sorry.
I think this is just a comment. So my name is Delphine, I'm an advisor to the AffCom. And I happen to be also the founder of the AffCom a very, very, very long time ago, before it became AffCom. So to your problem, I think that this shows how Wikimedia as a whole has a deficit in communication altogether. Because if you receive grants and then AffCom doesn't recognize you, there's kind of a double standard in recognition. So I want to acknowledge that, and I think that. In some cases, I also think that maybe having more diversity in the AffCom, there are very few women on the AffCom, is another thing, so something to think about. And yes, I just wanted to acknowledge that, yes, there is a deficit there and that we should be working on it more better. I hope, as Mehman said, that the new rules, etc., will make it easier for you to reapply and then to get the recognition that other people have given you in the movement. So I think that makes sense. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And we are on time. Thank you, everyone, to join us for your questions. You know our where can you find us? If you have any our questions, you can just send us email, and be sure that we are improving our communication skills, and we will get back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, is that okay? Hello, everyone. Don't worry about sitting at the table you want to discuss right now. Just find a seat, and then we'll have an opportunity to move tables in a few minutes. So just find a seat, and then we will adjust. Thanks.
direct them. You and Manar can direct 2 of the breakout rooms. Say, hi everybody. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. We are aware that there are more people than chairs, so I think if you can just bear with us, because we are going to do breakout groups, and what we'll try to do is take some groups to other rooms so that there's just enough space. So those of you in the back are welcome. Hello. I won't make you stand for long, so maybe just for a few minutes, and then I'm going to ask for patience as we manage logistics based on what everybody here wants to talk about. Sound okay? Can you hear me clearly in the back? Okay, great. I am going to hand over to the Wikimedia Foundation board chair, and then I will come back and be logistics oriented.
But I thought Shani is doing welcome. Shani was supposed to join online. The panel was over. Okay.
Maybe can you tell us when she joins so that we can pause and Manar wave at us when Shani joins, and then we can just invite her at that point.
Okay. The open conversations with the Board of Trustees is hosted by the Community Affairs Committee of the Board of Trustees. So we just wanted the chair, Shani, to give a few words of welcome. So welcome, everyone. I'm just going to give a very short things that maybe all of you should just hear before we are actually going to go into separate conversations. Each table kind of has like a separate topic, so we can have more people having conversations. The logistics would be all on Mariana based on the demand, so to say. So we just wanted to not bore you with a lot of details. Tomorrow we are going to have lightning talks with board candidates. There would be board elections coming up soon. So I just wanted you to make sure if you're here online or offline, you would find time to listen to the lightning talks of the candidates. And also one another point of communication is that Wikimedia Foundation launched Wikimedia Foundation Bulletin as a communication centrally, trying to communicate centrally from the Wikimedia Foundations in the Wikimedia projects. So if you haven't checked it, please subscribe so the Wikimedia Foundation can know that it helps. Or not. This is an experiment. If you show that you are subscribed and you want this information to be coming in that way, that would be the best, like vote with your, I don't know, with your talk pages. Shani, if you are online, you can speak.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say hello. I'm really missing everyone this year. I was really looking forward to this Wikimania, but circumstances have not allowed me to participate physically with flights canceled due to the situation here in Israel. I'm really, really happy to host everyone for these open conversations with the Board of Trustees. We are usually doing these open conversations every quarter, and once every year is always saved for Wikimania. We have a lot to discuss as a movement this year, and I'm hoping that you find this platform fruitful and a safe space to engage with either online or in the room with us, and we remain open to continued conversations after Wikimania, and I hope you enjoy. I'm handing over to Nat. Just because I'm not there, it doesn't make sense for me to facilitate. So thank you, Nat, in advance for taking my job to do that.
Thank you. I just wanted to also say that we had project birthdays in July and August: Arabic Wikipedia, South Azerbaijani Wikipedia, Wikibooks, English Wikibooks, and Indonesian Wikibooks. So, and now with that, We are having tables. We're not serving food, not even cookies, but we are going to serve topics, and Mariana is going to read you the menu.
Yeah. I know some of you joined. We're going to just be in this crowded space for a few minutes, and then we will find space for everybody. It is going to require some flexibility on logistics because we want to be demand-oriented to have tables for the things people want to talk about. So it may just require a few minutes of logistics. I wanted to do two things. One is to explain the proposed format for this session, and two, say a few things about the movement charter, which is an assumption that some of you are here for that purpose. So I will do both of those things, and then we'll move into some of the conversation spaces. If I can have the next slide. If I can, maybe just ask the trustees listed on the slide to stand so that we know who the members of the board are. And I know that the room is quite crowded, but maybe if we could just go around. Some of you are known to others and some of you are new, just maybe to quickly introduce yourselves by name. And Luis, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll work our way around the room.
Just our name?
Yeah.
Luis Betancourt-Emilio. I'll see you around.
Victoria Dorodina.
Thank you for passing the mic around to make that faster.
I'm Kathy Collins.
Jimmy Wales. Raju Nariseti.
Darushi Melnek.
Lorenzo Loza.
Rosie Stevenson Goodnight.
Mike Peel.
Great. Thank you all. Thank you. Trustees can be seated. Next slide. We have identified 6 potential topics for discussion and allocated trustees to those. If there is a different interest in topics, we may shift things around. The first is on the movement charter, and what I will say briefly is that's really a conversation about the charter itself. The foundation has issued an open proposal on the areas of funds distribution, product and tech, and the affiliate landscape. Each of those topics has their own table, as you'll see from the slide, as well as a table responding to emerging threats around disinformation, censorship, and litigation. There is table 5, which is really focused on the financial model and revenue and financing of our movement, online fundraising, Wikimedia Enterprise, the endowment. We have the community trustees from the endowment that are here with us as well, Patricio and Phoebe, thank you. So what I might do without giving you more is ask for a bit of a show of hands on interest in those topics, and then we'll say a few things and see. If you think that you're interested in talking about the movement charter, the charter itself and not the experiments, would you raise your hand just so I could get a sense of the room? Okay. A hand. Okay, thank you. Thank you. If you think you're interested in talking about the global funds distribution and the open proposal on a committee to help imagine that, can I see a show of hands? Okay, that looks like about one table. If you think that you're interested in talking about the product and tech, both priorities, and the Product and Tech Advisory Council, which is another open proposal. Okay, that looks like about a table. And if you think you're interested in talking about the financial model revenue streams of the movement. Okay. And if you think you're interested in talking about disinformation, censorship, litigation issues. Okay, that doesn't quite feel like everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. What did I miss? Oh, the affiliate strat, thank you very much, sorry. Affiliate strategy and hubs. Okay. I think the dilemma we have is it feels like there's one table per topic, but a lot more people in this room. So maybe what we'll do is we'll pick 2 topics and have a group move to another room so just that we have space. Does that sound okay? So why don't we just decide that now? Elena, if you could stand up, wave your hand. Let's just agree that the no, that one's online, sorry. Can we just agree that if you're interested in the product and tech priorities or the product and tech advisory council, if that's the topic you're interested in, Elena is gonna lead you to another room so that we have space there. So Luis and Vicky, Selena, all of you will follow Elena. Not yet, sorry, not yet, in 1 minute. I just want to get the logistics because I think when we finish speaking, everybody's going to talk. So Luis has the sign. Elena, that group will move to another room. And then if we can actually have the revenue model and financial strategy. I know there's a lot of you sitting at this table. So where's Manar? Manar will know what room to lead everybody to, and then this group that is related to the financial model, we're going to move you to another room, and then we'll have the remaining 4 topics in this room. Is that all clear? Does somebody want to ask me a clarifying question? Layla? Probably not. Okay, but hold on, nobody go anywhere yet. Hold on, just 1 sec. Okay. So the last thing that I wanted to say, even though it feels like there's folks here who may or may not want to focus on the charter itself, I do want to say a few things and then invite Dariush, one of our trustees, to offer a bit more detail. I communicated last week that the foundation had really tried to onboard and hear a number of avenues of feedback related to the movement charter, and I simply wanted to repeat a few things that I said in that communication so that at least everybody in this room has heard it, and maybe we can control some of the misinformation that is happening in other rooms. I want to repeat that the foundation, which includes the Board of Trustees, is very committed to a movement charter. I personally would like nothing more than clearer roles and responsibilities, and we want to see that happen. We want to see that happen. We had offered to use the time at Wikimania to really engage in conversations and hear from various stakeholders, and that both has happened and is happening. The board had an opportunity to gather this morning to really think about how to take forward some of the feedback that we have heard here at Wikimania, and has proposed that the governance committee of the board, which is chaired by Dariush, who will come up in a moment, be an accountable space for us to be able to continue those conversations with all of the stakeholders that are here. And so I just wanted Dariush to say a couple of words, and then we'll break out into our breakout rooms, and we can all answer questions about this or any other topic.
Thank you. I want to start with acknowledging the amazing work that people on the MCDC committee have done. I think it's been a lot of work, more than we could have ever imagined. Now, the way to move forward that I think we're going to do within the governance committee, we want to move quick, but not too quick. What we are going to do is gather feedback from stakeholders. We also provide you, the community, with a way to provide feedback. But we're also going to rely on the foundation resources to sum up the feedback that we already have. And in particular, we want to map the agreements and disagreements between various ideas that were there. So basically, we will map it down, boil it down. And then we're going to propose a process, again, transparently and openly with the stakeholders. We're going to propose a process on how to come down, sit at the table, and see what can be distilled, what can we take from there. Our view is that we shouldn't wait until 2030 for this to materialize, but we also shouldn't do this like ad hoc today. So I urge you to think, reflect, think what kind of feedback you can provide us with. And over the next couple of weeks, maybe even days, but probably weeks, we'll give you a channel and also start working on this sum up. If you feel like you want to ask me something, feel free to approach me. During the break, feel free to join the charter discussion if this is up your alley. Ultimately, we'll have something that we'll all be proud of, I hope. Thank you.
If this is a topic of interest, Dariush, and this table will be focused on the movement charter. Rosie, if you can raise your hand, that is the table for affiliate strategy and hubs. Next table, and Mike are sitting, that is the table that will focus on the global resources distribution proposal. Elena is going to lead the way for product and tech. Manar is going to lead the way for the sustainable revenue strategy. And then this table here will focus on, we can put the tables together depending on size, we'll focus on disinformation litigation, trust issues in this very important year of elections. Is everybody clear? Go.
Mariana, can you say something about the online participation to people?
Right? This is
Mariana, if you can hear us, there were no instructions to online participation. If you can give instructions to people who want to be able to participate in these discussions, please do so.
Hi there. Those joining online, please, you'll be at the hybrid table, which is going to be table 3, the Global Resource Distribution Committee. So we're still setting up in the room. The feed will switch in a few minutes. So if you hang on online, you'll be joining table 3, the Global Resource Distribution Committee.
This one works.
Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hello.
Mike, are you able to host Shani on your, you're doing it, you're hosting Shani. You're going to message her to come here.
She's already here.
It comes to the online participants in the morning to say this is how you join. And there, you're joining through the schedule, they're joining through the platform. So they'll be not in the Zoom room, they'll be on event here. But online participants get a different
she's the room manager.
Then you're an in-person participant.
Minette is the room
So
manager.
they are online. That's what where
are they? Looking on the table and waiting.
Thank you.
Register again.
How do we get
other participants? Mike is on the computer.
Yes. Yeah, but we hear them.
They're there. The participants can see you through that camera.
They just won't into the
Yeah. No, they can type in chat if someone can open sorry, no, I thought you were going to do yes. So you're going to do that. Right. So Nu's going to bring the online participants in the chat. Or the mic matches, sorry. Just an instruction for the online participants joining table 3. Sorry, in-person participants, you can ignore this, but the online participants joining table 3, you'll be able to see through the camera the table. At the table, they're all waving at you. At the table, there's a colleague that's going to be that'll be looking at the chat and relaying that to the table. And I think the one speaker that's joining online is joining through a laptop. So I'm going to hand over back to the online table.
Do we know how many people are on the online session?
I think we may need to include those. Czyli jak mówię, słuchajcie, to są nie tylko ludzie online, a nie ludzie w pokoju. Super. Okay, so the mics now work in a way that people online will hear us, but not people in the room.
Okay, great.
Oh, great. Yes, but whoever's speaking needs to talk to the computer. So we have 2 mics.
Okay. So I think, Mike, are you going to open us up?
But we need to make sure that everyone speaks away from the mic.
Which is like a talking stick.
Okay, is this going to go everywhere in the room? No.
No.
No, that's okay. Okay, so our focus is going to be on the proposal that's been put forward for Global Resources Distribution Committee.
They can. They can't.
You have to speak louder.
Okay. I have to talk louder, right. Unfortunately.
Shy, Mike.
CO2 is not great in here, but anyway. So our topic is the proposal for a Global Resource Distribution Committee. So at the moment we have a set of 7 regional committees which are looking at how you distribute funding within each region. What we used to have back in the day was the Funds Dissemination Committee, which was looking at the global picture and trying to understand how all the different pieces fit together there. And it seems there's kind of, between the two, they both work very well, but there's a mismatch between what they're able to do, that they can't look at a global perspective from regional groups. So what we're looking at is doing some refinements to the individual groups, which hopefully Yael can explain, but also having more of a global body which is looking at what makes sense for distribution, what makes sense for not just sharing money, but also sharing responsibility, sharing responsibilities but for doing things around the world, and looking at how that is going to be most effective. Not having foundation doing everything, not having big affiliates doing everything, but sharing roles, sharing responsibility, and doing that in an equitable and fair way. So I hope that's a reasonable introduction. Yael, do you want to?
No, I think we have a whole session. We have a whole session on this topic. Sorry, I'll take my mask off. We'll have a whole session on this topic at 5 p.m. today. Anyone who would like to join is welcome. We're particularly interested in hearing from Regional Fund Committee members, former FDC members, and affiliate EDs or affiliate staff, but it is open to anyone. And I think the purpose of today is just to hear what you have to share, particularly with both Mike and Shani here as representatives of the board.
Hi.
Maciej, can we let someone facilitate?
Sure.
Okay. Are you facilitating?
I don't quite know how to do this, but I can kind of move people around, yeah. So, you go first?
We have 2. Hi, my name is Maciej.
I think you were trying to focus on questions.
The other ones?
Comments. I don't think we need to introduce it.
Okay.
Okay, so let me start with saying that I do have reservations about this committee in proposed form. However, the last 2 days have gave me also a bit of hope that it can work and it can be a thing that is better than the current system, and I would like to work on making it better. One thing that is important for me to move to the board members and to Foundation in general is that I do hope that this committee will be able to solve one particular problem, and it is regional resource distribution. I come from a region that is Central Eastern Europe that last year simply ran out of money. During the financial year, the budget for grants have unexpectedly ended, and the community members had to spend a few months without access to rapid grants. This was fixed by the foundation a bit with the help of the CE Hub. However, I do hope that this committee would, while regional funds committees look at the money being available in their one region, I hope that the global resource distribution thing, let's call it something shorter, a committee, will have a global overview and could advise or even be allowed to move the money around. Because we may have a year when, for example, Sub-Saharan Africa needs twice as much money as they got, and we may need a year when, for example, people in Asia just don't spend enough and we can transfer that money to them. So it would be great if there was one group that has a global overview, sees everything, per money. Second thing, they could also compare programs between regions, which is something that we are now lacking severely. We have programs running in different countries, different regions, but we do not compare how effective they are. Thank you.
May I make a request? Could someone start an Etherpad? And you are? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm also listening intently.
Yes.
I'm not taking the best notes.
If you send me a link, I'll take notes with you.
Like it's the normal Lviv.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you, Delphi.
I don't know how to send it.
Can I just give a response to that? One thing to bear in mind is that we do have a limited amount of resource, that it's not going to continue increasing exponentially. So it's always going to be trade-offs between, if we do this, what do we not do in place? And that's something we need to consider across regions. If we want to increase funding for Global South, which is my understanding we do, that means Global North has to have less money through central processes, which is different from raising funds within own regions and figuring out ways of getting large grants, getting small grants within those areas, working with governments and other things. So it's a whole big picture that all needs to link together. And also, I think it's important to bear in mind Wikimedia is in a really good position because there's quite a bit of money compared to what we're asking to do. So if you look at astronomy, which is a field I'm in, maybe 10% of grants get funded, and that's about it. Here, we're in a much better regime where most grants get funded, but we're still getting to the point where everyone's growing, everyone's adding staff, everyone's doing more, and the pot is staying the same or increasing slower. So we will need to bear that in mind. I just wanted to add that for context.
Yeah, I kind of want to...
do introduce yourself as well.
Yes. Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm from Wikijournal. But my daytime job is working in the government. So when I hear that, like, when a hub runs out of funds or another hub has substantial amount of leftover money, I would actually see that as probably just a poor management of the overall budget. And that means if this was to be resolved, there needs to be the fund managers across different hubs to actually communicate and say, like, I have this much money left, or I am in deficit of this much. And so that they talk to each other and try to figure out if there's a way to transfer the funds over so that there won't be a shortfall or a substantial leftover that gets clawed back by the foundation at the year end. So kind of going back to my own point, I see there is a need for the global distribution committee because some projects that are funded are global in nature, like Wiki LGBT, Wiki Women. Those are focusing on, like, across nations or even across continents, and using the current regional hub funding model, those don't work because it may cost a lot of money to run events in relatively Central and East Europe. It might cost even more if you're running in some areas in ESAP, but a lot less within ESAP itself. So, and how are you going to apply which pot of money when your event is global, when your target audience is global?
I think it's also. Sorry? Okay, sorry. Hi, it's Isla from Wiki in Africa in Cape Town. I think it's also important for the Wikimedia world to have kind of like standards, like almost like a database of how much things cost in different places and what the, what the limitations and what the issues are. So like, obviously, putting events on or holding meetups or holding those kind of things. So we have like a better understanding of kind of like the, if we were going to start another, how much they would need in order to get started or what, so it allows for the movement to budget, exponentially across like scope and scale. So as well, because then we can gather those kind of information, that kind of information together.
Yeah. So weird to talk into the microphone and it not get louder. It's very trippy. Isla, do you imagine that to be a role for this global committee, or could you imagine that being a role for each regional committee to put together?
So I think it's a funnel, yes. So I think it would be something that the regionals would gather, and then collectively the global would make the, would have the resources and be able to make decisions globally, because they would then have information from each space. So, we've all been hit by, by cost of living explosion and then all of those kind of things, but also exchange rates fluctuate hugely. And then that also impacts like what was cheaper last year is no longer cheaper. There's a whole range of different things. And I think if we have that information being fed constantly, we're more agile.
Thank you. Maciej here again. This is a question and also a proposal. Some of the issues with grant making in the Wikimedia movement currently come from a difference in financial years between major organizations and Wikimedia Foundation. This cannot easily be changed because it would not be good for the foundation to change it. And for example, in Poland, this could not be changed at all.
Do you mean... I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that the Wikimedia Foundation's fiscal year is on a different calendar than affiliates' fiscal year.
Yes, exactly. And that leads to where the affiliates are applying for money, especially in the winter round. It's the middle of the foundation financial year. So one thing that this committee could take a look at once formed is either changing the timelines of the grant system and accelerating it, in my opinion, to a way that when foundation is planning its budget for the financial year, they already know how much the affiliates are going to ask for. Because currently we are in a system where the foundation is planning the budget, they do have the budget approved, and then the affiliates start asking, and yes, and the foundation can reasonably say, well, we didn't plan that much, or this year we planned too much. Let that be a problem. But because of this change, because of this lack of overlap in financial years, additional planning needs to be involved. Unfortunately, adding overhead and bureaucracy for the affiliates, but could lead to better transparency and understanding of the system.
I'm Delphine. I was a member of the FDC. I was then supporting staff to the FDC, the Funds Dissemination Committee. Yes, I've been involved in governance and grants for quite a long time. I think that to answer your thing, I think that even beyond what you're proposing, which is, and I'm pointing to Isla, proposing which is a database of how much things cost, I think it's about the strategy of where do we want to invest our money. And I'm not even talking about the impact. I'm talking about the fact that so far, we've tried to impose on the rest of the world the idea that it takes a few volunteers to grow, to become a chapter, etc., when I think that in many, many countries in the world, it's actually not the way we should have been working, but we should have invested in actually actively developing chapters or groups or whatever you want to call them on the ground, probably partnering with people in the countries that were interesting for us as a movement, rather than just say, okay, let's have first a little grant, then a bigger grant, then a bigger grant, then a much bigger grant, etc. And I think that's something that we really need to look at and that this body should really think about. If it happens, it's really about thinking, we do have the northern chapters or the western, whatever you want to call it, global north, that already are established, etc. And we are kind of expecting everyone else in the world to have the same kind of growth thing. And I think it's actually a mistake. I think we might be able to invest 100,000 in a country that has very, very little community to actually grow that community and to take advantage of, again, existing partners that do things that is in line with our work. But that might be don't have the time or the resources or the cultural kind of background to be volunteers and grow something to be a bigger thing. So that's one of the things that I think is very important.
Just to respond to that, if I can, that I think even within Europe, there's different contexts. So not everyone's been Wikimedia Deutschland. And I think it's one of the strengths probably of the regional committees that they do hopefully understand better the local context and understand what will work in different regions in a way that cannot be done so well on a global basis, which led to the Brazil and India experiments that were disastrous and things like that. So I think the combination of having the global and the local really might help here.
Me first?
No, testimony first, and then Christelle, then online, then you.
Okay, my name is Teslima Abdulkarim from Nigeria. Teslima Abdulkarim from Nigeria. So, sorry I joined in late, so, but... Okay.
Speaker for us.
Okay, you can't hear me. Wow.
It's for the computer, for the online.
Okay, okay.
But you have to speak in the computer.
Okay, I get that now. Okay, my name is Teslima Taya Abdulkarim from Nigeria. So I would like to contribute as regards the annual planning and funding and all that. So one of the things I would like to propose is that there should be a kind of, aside all these affiliates conference, maybe ESIP, Wikindaba and all that, there should be a kind of collaboration whereby we should have a kind of mix conference whereby it's especially closer regions. So instead of we having just Wikindaba and ESIP or from the Duo Band conference and all that, we should have a kind of mixed one. For instance, any other continent very close to Africa, we can have a kind of meetups. Then that way we would get to understand ourselves better. We know how the things are in my region. You know how things are in your own. I mean, I know how things are in your own region. You know how it is in mine. Then whenever we want to plan and all that, then we can actually put that together and submit it to the foundation. That could be a kind of way in helping with funding, in helping with collaboration, in helping with managing resources as well. Yeah.
I wanted Kristalina on the wikis. I wanted to add on also on what Ayla said about this cost of living, but I don't think it's just the costs of the things. It's also what is needed in different countries to run programs. For example, there's a lot of countries where for volunteers having enough internet data to upload pictures is expensive, while in other countries you just normally have this as a normal person. And it's not necessarily countries in the global south versus global north, but I know in Bangladesh internet data is pretty cheap, while in India, the neighboring country, it can be horribly expensive. And so also knowing that getting to a venue safely, transport is very different. It's no issue to take a bus in Germany. It's a real issue to take a bus in India for a woman. So having also a list of those things that are needed when you run a program. In addition to that, what does it cost? Because if we run this in a way that also security for conference venues are very different what is needed in Germany. I don't need a lot of security. I need some security, or here in Poland. In some other countries, I might need a lot more security. So also having an idea of just what is needed to run good programs, I think is very important.
Online question. On behalf of Monk Davis. From the proposal, it is unclear how the new global body will interact with the regional bodies. If the regional fund committees are still handling individual grant proposals, how involved is the global body in that? What is the scope of their monitoring and review activities?
Thanks for the question. So the first thing I'll say is the proposal does not sketch out everything. It's intended to be a skeleton, and this is the work, I think, of us in the movement to decide. What we have proposed is that the global committee be responsible for things like global programmatic metrics. What are we as a movement trying to achieve? Setting standards across regions, and dividing, I think this gets to your point, Andrew, understanding how much budget should go to each region. The proposal for the regional funds committees is that we change them a little bit in the sense that we run elections so that the committee members are not appointed by WMF staff, but rather elected and therefore accountable to their communities. But those regional funds committees would still be the primary committees responsible for reviewing grants. So to make it really specific, the global committee would not review individual grants. Regional committees would still review individual grants. The global committee is taking on the big picture, how much each region should be allotted each year, how do we think about global thematics and grants that aren't regional by nature, and thinking about standards and metrics and guidelines across the whole globe.
Hello, I'm Lina. I'm the new head of the Colombian chapter. Nice to meet you all. I'm also new to the movement. I came from the humanitarian work scope. I want to say two things, and adding up, English is not my first language, so bear with me. Adding up to the cost of things and the specific needs of things, I also think that we have to take into account what are the aims of the breaches that we want to close in the overall conversation between the Global South and the Global North. And also, I want to know if this committee will foresee that if we are fixing problems, like we are, or we are looking in advance and foresee, for example, and I work in climate change, and I really care about that, how that global themes and global problems will affect the distribution of resources.
So my observation, so I'm Jenny, I come from the US and work on different projects, one involving credibility, one involving taking pictures. So my main observation is that in terms of the Global North, or at least the US, there is other funding out there. So it does, at least in theory, the U.S. affiliates do not have to depend on the foundation. I know Wikiad kind of does that, but there's a lot of confusion sometimes from funders, the foundation versus its affiliates. Also, I can say that some of the U.S. affiliates, at least the geographic ones, are not mature enough to take like large grants, but they probably can get there. So I think there needs to be sort of support or endorsement from the foundation in a more structured way. And also kind of like to at least minimize the sense of competition, because you get the, oh, we already donated to Wikipedia thing when you're trying to talk to them about a more grassroots project. So in terms, I don't know if that's a global council kind of level thing, or that's more of a like a US level thing with the foundation. But the idea is you can wean at least some of the Global North organizations off of money coming from the foundation that can be invested in places where there's just not enough philanthropic dollars to go around.
Jenny, I think that's a great point. And North America and Europe are the two regions where we really find this, is that while we are saying, and as Mike said, like these are areas where affiliates can and should be raising their own funds, there is an unfair element of competition that comes up where people are going to WikiEd, WikiEd is going to a grant maker and they say that we already founded the foundation. So what we've done this year is, she started on Monday, is hired a affiliate fundraising training consultant, and her job is to work with affiliates who are interested in fundraising and help them build their own fundraising capacity. And one of the goals that we've asked her to come up with is laying out guidelines for how we collaborate and don't poach funders, so that it's very clear kind of how we can collaborate with affiliate entities. As we say, you need to be raising your own funds. How do we support that and come alongside that? So I think very well taken.
Yes, I'm next in line, if that's okay. Yeah, and I was next in the queue. I actually don't think that there is so much funds available for everyone out there. I don't think that's... I would be actually interested that you listen to me when I say this. So I actually don't think that there are funds out there for the stuff that we're doing. I think supporting communities, Wikimedia communities, if there were real funds, we would have found them by now, and we haven't. There is a philanthropic, very US-centric, or even, I want to say, Anglo-Saxon kind of way of doing funds, which works a bit in the US, but it doesn't work everywhere else. Wikimedia is not interesting to the EU, etc. So we will find funds. I think that a good example is Wikimedia Sweden, for example, but they have always done projects that are kind of on the side. So yes, we can also always do projects on the side. We will have thematic, as you were saying, thematic funds. We might find money for that. But I don't think that the very core of our being, which is supporting communities to actually participate in the project, is something that can be funded by anything else than us. And I am very, very clear about this. I think it's been 20 years like this, and I don't know how it's going to change. There is an actual essay by Sue Gardner a very long time ago, and as much as Sue is not my favorite person in the world, she did write something about the fact that our funding model, which is funding by little people, by people like you and me, who put $20 to actually support Wikipedia, is probably the only viable funding model, etc. So I think that while I do believe that for, again, thematic things, you might find the climate change, whatever, will actually support a few chapters to do things, etc., and things like this. But at the end of the day, it is always going to be the small people supporting the small people doing Wikipedia. And for this, I think that it's really important that we start thinking, how do we make sure that the people who support us on a day-to-day basis, the $20 person that gives $20 to Wikipedia, how do they feel that they are really represented across the world? Not just in the countries where they are, etc., but really that they find this kind of loyalty with Wikipedia. We help them through college. We help them through school. We help them to getting an education and things like this. How do we make sure that we keep this conversation going with them and say, hey, can you support us longer and further for the things that we're doing? So I want to be very, very careful about the whole global north, global south, etc., etc. I do believe that this is something to keep in mind.
So I think it's important to bear in mind there are, in each country, there's going to be some sort of centralized funding, some sort of government funding available for things. That may not be much in some countries, but there's always going to be some processes there. Within EU, there are standard processes for applying for grants. It becomes a lot of paperwork, a lot of bureaucracy, but they do exist if we wanted to go down that route. The advantages as well of working on a national basis are that you get contacts. So you get to know people in these funding agencies, in the governments, in the philanthropic organizations around it. And that can lead to in-kind things and contact with others and everything like that. There's a whole network to be taken advantage of there, which can only be done locally, not on a global basis. This is not to say that the online donations are unimportant or anything like that. They're hugely important, but I think we do need to consider diverse funding streams here as well. And the advantages of local fundraising and local context is really important.
I'll just answer to make it very clear. To me, it's about the core funding of core communities. That's it. Like anything on the side, fine. But this, like the work, the basic day-to-day
organizational
work.
stuff. Sorry, can I'm going to add to that because I have like 12 years experience, well, 14 years experience of this. And essentially coming from Africa, almost all the funding is directed towards very basic, life-threatening stuff. And so us going in and going, hey, we want to make the world a better place because it's a very niche, very exclusive space for them because it's the high end of education. They're looking at the 3 R's at the moment, So I think it's yes, it is a good idea to have local funders and whatever. And the only things that we've been able to get is partial project-specific funding. We can never get organizational funding. Negotiating over 5 years to get organizational funding was a game changer for us from the Wikimedia Foundation. They didn't do it before because the changes within the Wikimedia Foundation have been absolutely critical for us. And it's always it's been a much better trajectory. So that's the answer to that one. But I also just wanted to ask, I know that it's obviously this is a board implementation for the foundation, but there are other players within the movement that also fund, and some of that. And I'm only talking in like details because that's just what occurs to me now, but it doesn't have to be limited, as in the cost of living thing. But at that collaboration between, and I know there is communication between, but it allows people to go and ask Wikimedia France for a grant, and then come to you guys, and then go to somebody else, and then and that collaboration, that like oversight, needs to probably be tightened down a bit more.
I also want to hear from Sandro as a former FDC, or no, sorry, not former, but you run the grant making in Wikimedia Deutschland, so I don't want to jump your queue, but before we wrap, I want to make sure we hear from you as well.
3 minutes and we have 3 people.
Yeah, just.
Can we prioritize people we haven't heard from?
Yeah. But we're going to hear Mike's response real quick.
I mean, the microphone mic.
Just
that this rebuttal is not about the committee itself, so maybe we can hear, like, this is a really good conversation, but it's not actually about the committee, which is our goal here. So maybe if people
I'm asking whether that would be considered.
Can I just very quickly just answer to that? I think we need to explore those options here, that we need to be all on the same table. We can't have fund shopping. So this is a proposal. It is flexible. We can adjust it depending on what we think we need. So do raise that on Wiki, and do try to bring people who are doing funding elsewhere in the movement to this table and discuss it. Things can change, basically, are open for discussion.
Okay, let's hear and then not respond if maybe, because we have only 3 minutes and 3 people.
Okay, I'll make this very short. For whatever the mechanism it is, just be mindful that there are, like, as what Daphne said, it's a lot of grassroots movements, so a lot of them do not have experience writing grants before, and it becomes a chicken and egg cycle. You are not able to hire someone to has experience writing grant because you were not successful in getting grants, and it's not just a global north, global south thing. Even in Canada and US, there are tribes and indigenous organizations who likewise are in the same situation. So yet they are often the ones that are on the ground and able to effect the biggest change, and whatever mechanism, we need to remember that.
Sandro from Wikimedia Deutschland, thank you very much for this point. I also want to go to this problem. When we are supporting volunteers at Wikimedia Germany with grants for their own projects, for their ideas, we learned it's very important to help them to get to a good grant, to a good request of a grant. That's not easy. Also in Germany, a lot of volunteers have great ideas, but they don't know how to get a concrete idea of how to solve the problem they see, or how to make the project as good as they can do it. And a lot of people don't know how many does a project can cost, and they need the help. And looking at the bigger picture for the Global Resource Distribution Committee, it is important to help the people with any kind of resources, learnings, resources to talk to each other, learn from each other, do capacity building to this important point.
To wrap up, Kristalina again, I would just like for the Global Dissemination Committee, or whatever we're calling it, sorry, I'm bad with those names, perhaps to also keep an eye on the landscape of what kind of external funding is possible in the region. Because I think in Europe there are just more possibilities to do this external funding. I mean, Wikimedia Switzerland is getting... Yeah, but that's... Yeah, but also Wikimedia Germany gets some external grants. A lot of the European chapters get... That's also, again, but that's also, there's just more possibility to also raise money themselves. And so I think that is also something that perhaps this committee could keep track of. And if they see a disparity also of there are chances, opportunities, possibilities, but the people on the ground can't take them for the reasons you just mentioned, to develop that capacity in the region, to get grants for side projects, for extra things. And so I think that could also be something that this council could be doing.
I will be quick, sorry. I had a conversation with David about onboarding people through rapid grants. And actually, you know, the Asaf and Dumi's funnel of onboarding people better onto the communities as editors, we were talking about doing a similar thing for onboarding organizers in their grants program. Like they almost have to go through a mini certification program in order to then, you know, qualify. And that might be one way of doing it, so that people come into the grants program with a much better idea, but you can also get local knowledge and draw local knowledge. And if that becomes a global program, then that obviously benefits everyone. You know, so those are kind of like decisions that can be made at a meta level that can then filter down.
Okay. As regards getting grants, I think I've gotten a few, and I've gotten rejected for a few too. So I kind of have experience with grants and all that. My suggestion would be that because I've seen some people that are actually very cool and okay, but they couldn't get grants because they were blocked indefinitely. And some of them, it's not like maybe they make disruptive editing. Some of them were blocked for something like sockets puppetry, Wikidata. And I have like 2 or 3 people from my community that are currently on that, and they were blocked like unjustly. It's not like maybe they have 2 accounts and all that. So that is really affecting us in my community. Then some of them don't even know that there's means for them to get grants, because I have like 34 people that I'm the one that I trained them on my own personal grant that, okay, you can actually apply for some of these things. While about 4 or 5 of them get, about 2 of them didn't get because of this blocking that I said. So like we should, I'm not like a really old body in my community. I'm a board member for Wikiproject Medicine. However, I took it upon myself. We should have a kind of body in each region that would actually train people. Aside communicating with our grant manager via emails, there should be a kind of meetups, meetings with participants, editors on how they can actually apply for these grants. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for everyone that's come. Sorry, I forget. Thank you for everyone that's come. We'll leave it there. There is the OnWiki page, so do go and comment there. Join the conversations. I think there's going to be the meetup.
Come at 5 p.m. tonight. Come at 5 p.m. tonight if you'd like to join. This, the room is listed on EventYay and on Meta. Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure out if we can do this online. I'll join you as a
Czy ty jak
Yeah. Yeah, we can start. Okay, that's great. Good afternoon, everyone. Many thanks for coming. During this Wikimania, you attended and still can attend in many interesting sessions about data, about Wiki project, about disinformation, advocacy, and cooperation. But today, this session will be more practical. We will dive deeper into articles, into sources, and libraries. So my name is Magdalena, and I will be your host of this session today. So before I start presentation, let's introduce ourselves. So I will start. Okay, that's. It doesn't work. Maybe maybe. We need IT help. Works. So I am a librarian, and I work in the Silesian Library in Katowice. My adventure with Wikipedia started in 2017 when I co-organized first workshop for librarians where we learning how to edit Wikipedia. It was the part of the global campaign, One Librarian, One Reference. And thanks for this meeting, I met a local community of Wikimedian, and we still are in touch, and they organize every month a meeting where we can meet and edit Wikipedia together. So now I would like to give microphone to my panelist, to Andrei.
Hello, I'm Strenu. I've been around for 2 decades now. Most of you probably heard of me if you don't know me already. From Romania.
I'm Claudia Șernuță. I'm a trained librarian and researcher in library science, and I've been working more intensely in the past 4 years with the user group in Romania and Moldova to edit Wikipedia, but also organize campaign and, of course, grow the One Lib, One Ref larger community of librarians.
Tomasz Gruszkowski. I work at the National Library of Poland, but I'm not a librarian. And I do edit Wikipedia, but I'm not really a Wikipedian. And that gives me opportunity to remain critical about both Wikipedians and librarians.
Hi, I'm Richard Nipel, user Pharos from Wikimedia New York City. I'm not a librarian, but I'm kind of a wannabe librarian, as I think a lot of Wikipedians are. I find myself working a lot with librarians in public libraries, in academic libraries, in specialist archives, trying to work with them and see how they can get their knowledge and their community's knowledge on Wikipedia and related projects, and have been doing that since I guess we had our first library editathon in 2009, and always a lot of discussions and back and forth and a lot of interesting questions. I find that librarians ask a lot of the same questions that Wikipedians do, which is why I am an aspiring wannabe librarian.
Hello, my name is Joanna. I am from Poland, and I am a librarian from library. Yes. And also from Polish Libraries Association, and we are involved in the project One Lib, One Ref, and we try to connect the library world with the Wikimedia world.
Mm-hmm. In this moment, I want to mention that in this slide there is another person, Giancarlo Mainardi. He prepared some materials for us, but unfortunately couldn't attend. And he's also from Wikimedia New York City. And a big support for this session we got from the Wikimedia and Libraries user group, and especially from the Silvia Gutierrez, a senior programmer officer for libraries in the Wikimedia Foundation. And now that's your turn, and we want to find out more about you. So I prepared a few questions for you. Let's tell me, how many of you are librarians? Let's have a show of hands, and if you are a librarian, please, yes, show your hand. Yeah, we have many of them. And how many of you edited Wikipedia ever? Oh, so many. I think. And the last one, I need to ask you, is there in Wikipedia article about you? There is 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's great. But don't worry, there is still time for us. Okay, but so now let me talk more about notability, and probably you wonder why we choose this topic. I would like to tell you more about the background, because there are two elements. First, in 2017, Polish Librarians Association organized a wiki campaign, 100 articles for the 100th anniversary of the Library Association. So it was created a special team which pointed 100 librarians and institutions connected with library world. And we organize workshops and marathons to edit Wikipedia and work more on articles about famous librarians. And unfortunately, some of the articles weren't accepted by admins because of a lack of notability. They were, librarians, this person were very known in our library world, but nobody mentioned about them in encyclopedias yet. Secondly, the next reason was a few months ago when we found out about Wikimedia, and we, as a Polish librarians, wanted to prepare a session. So we talked with our colleagues and librarians from the bibliography department told us about their experience with editing Wikipedia. You know, librarians who work in the bibliography department, they work is very passionate, so they collect a lot of data, especially from the local newspapers, leaflets, posters, and they wanted to put information to the Wikipedia. They wanted to create articles about local subjects, about local person, but again, there was a problem with lack of notability. And all in all, Joanna, Tomasz, and Inava, our colleague, we decided that it's very important topic for Wikimania. And when I contacted with my colleagues from Romania and from the USA, they said that they have the same. So that's the reason that we are here. And to begin our discussion, I want to bring the quote from the Kelly Stoll text, which you can see in the slide. She highlighted that Wikipedia is a power, and existing there is a kind of a cultural statement. What's more, Wikipedia has an authority, which means that if your community exists in Wikipedia, it is important. If it does not exist, it is not important. So, moving on the next point, I want to highlight that the concept of notability is simply, and for all of us, it is very crucial. We don't want to discuss with it because we really appreciate reliable sources of information. But there are another aspect of notability which we want to talk more. And I know that Tomasz would like to expand on the aspect of meaning of notability. So let's briefly develop this point. Okay, I will change. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first of all, there is not one Wikipedia. Every language community has its own, some have rules, some have guidelines, some have recommendations. So there are 5 quotes about notability. The probably most widely known one is English. So a topic is presumed to be suitable for an article in Wikipedia if it has received significant coverage in reliable sources that are independent of the subject. It's a very nice definition, I would say. The French one is very similar. Its subject is notorious or well known if it is following the rules of what an encyclopedia is. And there is another rule. There might be specific rules which forbid a subject or a person from being included in Wikipedia. Let's go. I'm sorry, is there an Arabic person here so that we can at least learn?
A new word. How to...
Yes, that's translated into English, but the word is Arabic. Okay. Then again, Wikipedia as an encyclopedia is not a random collection of information, and therefore random inclusion of information should be avoided. And the topics should be notable. The Spanish definition centers on what Wikipedia articles shouldn't be. So articles which do not have an obvious relevance should not become included in the Wikipedia. So there are standards of relevance, and if it does not follow them, it must be deleted or improved, maybe. Then there is another relevance criterion in German, which is very similar because it also speaks about what Wikipedia is not, like not a general directory of people, associations, organizations, or companies. And there are quite clear criteria which provide indications of relevance. And then a quick show of hands, how many of you are Polish? Okay, so you know the word encyklopedyczność. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but I'll stay after the meeting and tell you if you want to hear more about it. Encyclopedic are the subjects which are meaningful, noted by reliable and neutral sources, which are independent from the described subject. And then we have a problem because neither the word encyclopedic nor the word notability in Polish, zauważalność, nor the word wpływowość, influentiality, are not included in the most authoritative dictionary of the Polish language. So we are staying with the word znaczące, meaningful, maybe, I don't know. And I must say that encyclopedicality is really able to kill. So more about it later.
Mm-hmm. Thanks so much. Claudia, would you like to say how is notability in Romanian language?
It's a very good translation of the English, and it's very connected with the quality of sources. So the first definition that we had.
Mm-hmm. So we see that explanations, notability in our language is very different. So yeah, that's right. So the next point of our session will be that we will present some examples of articles which were deleted because of non-notability, and then we will show some examples about articles which were accepted after some notes from the admins. And now we will look closer to examples from the English Wikipedia, and I would like to give microphone to Richard.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of examples, you tend to see some patterns, recurring patterns as people create articles, whether it's people in a library workshop or librarians themselves, or people who want to work on a particular topic. So these examples are compiled by my colleague Giancarlo, just for the context. This was a battle in South Asia. Historically, there were not any reliable sources. It's obviously very, very important that there be sources. People doubted whether this happened or not. People said, well, was this a real battle? And it wasn't easily able to verify it. And it was for the time being, it was deleted, and which is a very unfortunate result. We want to, obviously, when something is real and we can document that it's real, the role of Wikipedians assisting and librarian Wikipedians assisting is to help support it and to help resolve something like this. This is an exhibition, is a museum exhibition. Obviously, there are a lot of art exhibitions at museums. In this case, folks didn't find that there was enough reliable sources. If I was looking at this, I would think of, have there been reviews of this exhibition in newspapers, in magazines? Is this part of a larger topic? It's often part of the challenge is finding where you can put it on Wikipedia, even if it's not an exact article with that title. The Church of Ireland's Historical Society, this is something that was very dependent on primary sources. This is something that I'm sure a lot of folks come across in archives. It wasn't well dealt with outside of the primary sources. And so I think in this case, I think maybe it wasn't kept, but it maybe should have been mentioned maybe in the article on the Church of Ireland, or maybe even an article in the history of the Church of Ireland, and have a section at the end about the organization dedicated to studying this history. This is a small museum. It would be nice if Wikipedia's, or at least English Wikipedia's or others, criteria automatically included all museums in the world. I think it probably should. Unfortunately, it doesn't. In this case, it had little documentation, either in English or Korean, that I was able to find, and it was called soft deleted. It was, which meant it could be recreated if more sources were found.
Next example.
This is a biographical article. Obviously, that comes up very often. Someone who was a politician in a small town. They were only covered in local news sources, and there wasn't a lot outside. So again, it might be covered more in the history of the town, in the history of the town government, rather than as individual. Oh yeah, this person has they found that they didn't find enough sources that they thought for this. I haven't evaluated this case. This person got some of the notice was about their relationship with another famous person. There's a family relationship. In this case, it wasn't kept, but I think maybe if someone had done more research, they could have been able to find some more sources. And I think anyone who has a significant role in the film industry, probably there might be more sources discoverable, but it depends on finding them. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, these are short discussions about deleting or not deleting the articles. So there is a person who finds an article not encyclopedical. It's all in Polish in actual life. And the first sentence already hits the nail. Being a librarian does not make you encyclopedical. I don't see any other achievements. Okay. That person worked at the Library of Congress for 38 years, was responsible for assembling there the largest collection of Polish material in the United States. And she's a family member of some very famous people, which Natalie Vadim was also, but this time it's Susan Wojcicki, the former CEO of YouTube, and Anne Wojcicki, founder of 23andMe. So discussion started with being a librarian does not make you encyclopedical. Thousands of Polish librarians are waiting in line for an entry in Wikipedia. And if I remember correctly, the rules of conduct, one of the 5 pillars, I don't find those remarks really polite. Anyway, this discussion brought more information. The fact that the English language Wikipedia had an article about her 4 years earlier did help. Because we are not Polish-centered, but we are. So if someone abroad mention a Polish person, then this person is important. Another, this time a library, a district public library. The comment of the person asking for removal of the article, an unremarkable district library. There are 8 cultural institutions in Sieradz, the place where it is, 3 libraries, 3 cultural centers, art gallery and a museum. And each of those is most important, and all of them have no demonstrated importance. Okay. That's one of the possible ways of looking at it. The discussion brought some arguments, like the library is serving a district of 120,000 people. It has been founded 78 years ago, I guess. No? Not 78. I can't count now, sorry. Then it also gets personal. One of the panelists writes, well, why don't we remove an article about the town where this library is located? It's one of hundreds of towns in Poland. Unremarkable county library. Yes. It has existed for over 70 years, including for a quarter of a century. It was not a county library, but a provincial library, which is one level, administrative level higher. The article stayed. Oh, poor public library in Zielonki. A very small public library in a village, really, but it contains one lovely argument which we should write in golden letters. Librarians are people predisposed to the development of Wikipedia. But other people claim that the role of Wikipedia is not to support anything, promote anything, evaluate anything, which is a strange argument, because evaluating if something is encyclopedical is evaluation. But to describe encyclopedic concepts, the article was deleted. And there is the Association of Polish Librarians, which was quite lucky in staying. There is a historical and memoir team at the Warsaw branch of the Association of Librarians. And the first note wanting to delete it sounded like that. Dozens of footnotes and zero visibility and encyclopedic value. This is slightly illogical. A lot has been written about it, so maybe it is visible and encyclopedic. The justification for reporting for deletion contradicts itself. If it was not noticeable, where did dozens of footnotes come from? And there were 2 people who actually helped, which is not very often, unfortunately. I was supposed not to complain about Wikipedians, sorry. So the article was improved and it stayed.
And the last one from the English, Wikipedia.
Yeah, so this article was about a temple in Sri Lanka. Didn't have very many sources. It was deleted more than once due to absence of sources. And yeah, so there there was this is the case where probably there should have been more exploration of non-English sources if they were available. It's not necessarily that they are available. It can be this. There's actually quite even there's a lot of important things in the world where they're not well documented sources for, and that's something that we should deal with. I mean, my personal philosophy is a little bit different from the official notability definition. It's that I'm sorry. My personal definition is a little bit different from the official notability definition. That we should have things that are of interest to broad groups of people if they're not being put up for malicious or privacy violating purposes, and basically, do no harm, things that are shared in good faith, but we can't always fulfill that. We have ideas like encyclopedicness, which I should share is also a neologism in English. The word encyclopedic in English, as far as I'm aware, means comprehensive. It means like encyclopedic museum covers many things. It doesn't mean the high quality that is only befitting an encyclopedia. This is a total Wikipedia neologism and not a particularly helpful one. So I agree with my fellow panelists there.
Yes, I would like to stay a little bit here more and ask our panelists from Romania about their experience in deleted articles.
On English Wikipedia specifically, or generally speaking?
In general speaking, also in Romanian.
Right. So for English, so first of all, notability, as much as we would like it to be clear per project, is pretty much in the eye of the beholder. Such discussions arise when somebody takes an interest in those articles. For instance, I noticed that in at least 3 of the examples from Poland, there was the same user who either initiated the discussion or was very active and very vocal for deletion. And this happens often. We get articles on the Romanian Wikipedia, we try to delete them, we propose them for deletion, and the argument goes, oh, but it's on the English Wikipedia. And more often than not, if you propose them for deletion on English Wikipedia, they will be deleted as well. So English Wikipedia being very large, users normally have their own interests. So some of the articles go under the net for longer or for shorter periods of time. So I would say that your mileage might vary. Then this will not always be directly connected to how well you wrote the article the first time. That doesn't mean you should write article without sources, but as I said, your mileage might vary. And for Romania, it's pretty much the same story. It's just that we have a very specific method, a semi-automated method, where the articles are not directly proposed for deletion, they get tagged. And then the author basically has 3 months to fix them, and if they're not fixed, a bot will propose them for deletion. And some of the people, some of the authors get offended that it's a bot. Others say that it's much easier that it's a bot because they know they can't fight it, so they tend to be, a little bit more on the lookout for other solutions.
Yeah, and as an editor I didn't have articles proposed for deletion, but I work with people who had articles proposed for deletion. I think it's not only on the eye of the beholder, but also on the editor's eye. Many of us approach this editing Wikipedia with a lot of emotions and a lot of personal values and interest, and we believe in the value of the work that we do. So whenever things are challenged, we have different reactions. And not to generalize, but the women I work with, we tend to disengage. So the second our work is not appreciated or not welcome, we are not engaging. And this is what's happening in our Wikipedia. But then we had a very interesting conversation when one article was proposed for deletion with a volunteer that is helping. And he was like, but you need to fight. Like, no, we don't fight. But you need to fight. That's why you had the first, bot telling you this can be improved. That's the approach of other Wikipedians, which happens to be men in our case. But I'm not generalizing. This is just different reactions that we have. And what happened that initially we did not fight. It took us a long time to process and talk among us about this option of improving the articles. But then we actually ended up saving an article recently with Elena. Together, I just noticed an article about a woman who was quite notable, being proposed for deletion just like that. And we said, let's try to save it. And because it wasn't our article, it was something that we thought was worth fighting for, we engaged in that, and the article was saved by Elena's work. So I think that part where somebody gives value to our work can have different reactions, but what I'm learning in this community of Wikimedians is that resistance is important and perseverance. So
that's important. Thank you, Claudia. Yeah, thank you for all your thoughts. But we don't want to stay with some negative information, and we prepare some counter examples. So articles which were, got some notes that you need to improve something, but in the results they were accepted. So first example, it was prepared by our colleague Silvia Gutierrez, is about Chihuahuita. It's a neighborhood in the city El Paso in Texas. This city is very close near the border with Mexico, and what I found out from this article was that it was prepared by a local librarian, and she described information about neighborhood, about history, about notable resident. Very important person in Chihuahua was Roman Gonzalez. It was first Mexican-American police officer. And the history of this neighborhood is very interesting, that it suffered through extreme poverty. It was inhabited by Mansa Indian, then European, and Spanish people. And it was the place where they had a train line, electronic power plant, and also there was a Mexican Revolution. So to summarize, article is about neighborhood, but very important for the local society. I would like to move to another very interesting example. Casilda Flores. She was a shopkeeper, and she worked in the trade of making fresh water. It's the water with flavors of lemon, walnut, guacamole, or pineapple. She, as a shopkeeper, she didn't was a person protected to the Wikipedia, but she was a very important, I can say, historical actor for the city, that she removed governors from the power in 40s and 50s. That's a lot. And the third example comes from the Polish people. She is Janina Cyganska. She is a Polish. She was a Polish long-time director of public library in Warsaw. She was very well-known person in library community. She worked a lot articles about libraries, books, collections, users, but not so many information was in the encyclopedias, and nobody wrote about them. But article was accepted because of this campaign of Polish Library Association, that they pointed persons to mention in the Wikipedia. What I would like you to take away from this part of the session is that, firstly, that for deleted articles, for notability reasons, which are very important and were mentioned, is that they touched local topics, they described institutions, characters, they were known by their parents' surnames, citations and sources. They were from the local sources, local newspapers, and they also were in different languages. So for editors and admins, it was difficult to check. And secondly, for these positive examples, we can say that if we have a community and many people interested in, we can help information to publish on Wikipedia. And now we would like to ask the audience about the experience. Joanna has a microphone.
Yes.
And if you want to tell us more about your experience.
Recently on the Wikipedia in French, there were mass campaigns of notability debates that were around individual books of sci-fi and fantasy series. And unfortunately, they got deleted because it was summer, and also because the sources, the references for these books were mostly hidden into paper magazines about fantasy and science fiction, and were not very digitalized or available from some simple click on Google or Google Scholar. And we also sometimes also manage to save a few articles, and sometimes the notability issues can also be for articles about the community votes to get featured articles. Like, for example, I experienced an issue to get, I think it was a silver or a golden star for the article about Californian municipalities, because it was of quality, but a few people said, no, there is no place for a list for of quality. It can be of quality ever. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your opinion. We have also the last one.
Okay, so he was the first. Sorry.
Okay.
Bonwol from Poland. Someone from the panelists used, but the librarians are well known. Could you define or try to define what is well known? I just browsed and I saw that there is, for instance, a lexicon of Polish librarians. Is it maybe something that should make someone automatically notable?
Yes, I will answer. Yes, was mentioned the group, the team, this historical team of our association, and this is very strong group. And this group make a big research and prepare very well biography of librarians. And they prepared everything with resources based on sources. And I think 90% of biography of article that they prepare, they accepted. So we have this lexicon, and also this group published, I think, every year or every 2 years book about librarians, and so it helped us a lot. So it is one of our sources, and we stay on this source to prove that these librarians are known.
Since you have criteria for...
Yes, also I wanted to say about what we did in our association to help with notability. But okay, let's about your experience. Yes.
I wanted to take this microphone a lot, but I don't know what to say, where to start. I have lots of stories. I believe that our Wikimedians are very much afraid of things they don't know, so they want to just delete. It's really easy to create articles about popular culture, about things that appear on mainstream media. But when it comes to topics about not more from more niche areas, which requires more expertise, things start really very difficult. I have lots of stories, like And I totally agree, it is much more difficult to write about if it's a woman's biography. I can give one example. I have some person created 2 articles about 2 musicians. They are sister and brothers, and their whole story is same family, raised in the same family. They make albums together, make concerts together. So she created exactly the same article, almost like, and exactly using same references. And one of them got speedy delete tag. Other left, you can assume that it was a woman's. And I brought back, I requested to not speedy delete, let's discuss, and develop lots of 2 weeks of discussion and improving the articles more and reference. I was accepted. I didn't touch them once a lot. After 6 months, someone came. I still think it is not notable. Again, edit this. I develop again, like 20, 40 references this woman got. Man stays same. After 3 years, somebody tagged the man's article, it's not enough references. I don't understand this. And I can't show this as an example because, you cannot compare the 2 articles problem. This man and women issue is a little bit, is very difficult. And one very big problem is that when you say, it is not significantly covered, they say, this person. But it's the sources you show is about his books, about his albums, about his musicians, but not about himself. So what I do is, if this person is living, I write them, please go naked and walk from the Istanbul streets. Then you will be on the media, and then Wikipedians will believe that you will be notable. Otherwise, no. About your books, no.
And the last one, because we are on
Okay, thank you very much. I thank you for the input. I think, on the one hand, that we have 2 aspects to differentiate, and I think these were also visible in the examples that you gave, because notability is on the one hand, so when someone is notable or not, and I think that in this regard, Wikipedia has lowered the entrance hurdles very much. So if you are in a very specialist field and have written a book which has significance in this field, you are still notable, even though you may not be known to the whole of the society. But on the other hand, it's about the quality of the articles. And so we saw some of the examples that you gave that had 2 lines. And 2 lines is not, it is encyclopedic from the 18th century, when you have, so to say, the introductory, but you don't have any elaboration, any sources on that person. And I think that this was the main reason for those to be deleted. And this is the same in German Wikipedia, where I come from. We have the same thing. So we have the quality tag and we have the notability tag. But for notability, very often the dispute is resolved in a peaceful way because it is proven that this or that person has a certain significance in that field for due to this or due to that. And this cannot be disputed, even though it is not widely reported in the press, in the national press. But the quality issues, they have to be resolved or the article is deleted. And this is the author's responsibility to seek, to look into that and to provide information about this person or a subject and not only write 2 lines. That's simply insufficient, also compared with the other Wikipedia entries that we have.
But really short, yes, because we are...
Okay, just 1 minute.
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, I thought that actually the issue of notability is a quite thorny issue. Like I can tell about my experience in the Spanish Wikipedia. We have a lot of issues because many of the admins are from Spain. So there are like many articles about small towns or small cities in Latin America, or like people from the small towns in Latin America that usually like get these kind of templates about lack of notability, because like most of the people that are looking at them don't have any idea about the context of all these places and come from actually a different continent. So I mean, I'm sure that that also happens in other languages. But yeah, it's a big issue for us. Like also like about particularly when we do editathons about famous women from different countries of Latin America. It's like sometimes the articles are published and 5 minutes later there's a lot of templates for users, again, from another continent that don't know the local context, and just like, it's like kind of like a sport, just like template of lack of notability to so many articles. So I think that it's definitely a thorny issue when you have like this point of like, admins come only from one country and from one area, and they are like trying to get the context of if it's notable as stuff that they don't know almost nothing about.
Okay, thanks. And the last one.
Thank you. I know we are almost out of time, so I'll just say that after the panel, if anybody would like to learn a bit about notability, I am someone who has written thousands of articles in Polish and English, but also someone who has nominated thousands of articles in those languages for deletion, and I am responsible for deletions of thousands of articles. So if you want to hear from the practitioner on the ground why articles are deleted, what can you do to write one, recover one, restore one, is there a chance, talk to me after the panel. I am happy to talk about my experiences and offer you help in Polish or English.
Thank you.
Exactly, it was a voice that what we need. This kind. Exactly.
So yeah, to close, the lesson we learned is that for this session is for sure to be open for collaboration between librarians and Wikipedia admins and text sources as well. Thank you very much for your participating, and if you have any comments, would like to talk with us, we are still here.
Yes.
So have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Feel free to sit wherever you feel comfortable. I'm just going to give a very brief introduction, and then I'll send you back to start making things. So don't worry, I won't talk too long. I know you've heard a lot of talking this week, and I'm going to try and keep it brief. So my name is Jocelyn Miara. I work for Creative Commons, which is the organization that stewards the licenses that Wikimedia runs on. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I do. So I'm running this workshop because all culture is a remix. So as we know, whenever someone creates something, they're inspired by something else. And there's so much resources on in the public domain that have been CC licensed and released into the commons that we can use to make new art. And culture, it's not just in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, the GLAMs, it's everywhere. But one of the really wonderful things about the GLAM movement and the open culture movement is that we have, together with a lot of people, worked to open up wonderful collections that we can now find online for free and have free permission to use. And open culture is this idea that it's not just those GLAMs, but it's also other kind of creativity, cultural heritage. And at Creative Commons, we run a program called the Open Culture Program. If you're interested in getting involved with that, please let me know. I'd love to tell you more about it. So what is remixing? You might remember in a couple slides before this, we had this really wonderful public domain image. Here's a remix of it that was created at Glam Wiki last November. It says, Cultura es remezcla, culture is a remix. And this is just an example of a poster that talks about how important this is and what you can do with all of this public art. And we can really use that to create messages that talk about how important open culture is. Please feel free to also add your own message. So if you feel like you want to use this art to talk about women on Wiki or something else that you really care about in the Wiki movement, please feel free to do that. Feel free to use your own words. I've cut out a bunch of words that you can use, but you can get even more creative than that. We have lots of slogan ideas. So this one is a great one that one of my colleagues made, sharing public domain collection CC BY. Oh no, because the public domain shouldn't be further restricted. And I'll tell you a little bit more about the licenses that we use. So the Creative Commons licenses have 4 conditions that are combined in different ways to make up 6 different licenses. We have attribution, CC BY. This is the condition included in all of our licenses that means you have to talk about who created the work. Then there's the share alike, which means when it's shared, it should be shared with a like license, which means that you have to share your new work with that SA clause. Then non-commercial, which means the work is only available to be used for non-commercial purposes. People get a bit tripped up with this one and think that that means that commercial entities can't use it, but nonprofits can. It actually is about the use and not the user, so that's important to know. And then no derivatives, which means you can't change it. So these are all of the licenses with those symbols combined. As you may know, there are only a few that are allowed on Wikimedia. That is CC BY and CC BY SA, and CC0, which is at the top. And that means that you're dedicating your work to the public domain. With that license, or it's, excuse me, not license, but legal tool, you're removing all restrictions. So that means that someone could use your work without crediting you. It's the most free license to choose, legal tool to choose. So with that, that's really all you need to know. Promised I would keep it brief. There are a bunch of craft supplies in back, and what I'd love for you to do is create some work of art that that says something about why open culture or Wikimedia is important to you using these images in back. They're all public domain. Then you can pick a license. So there's some of those licenses printed out. I've restricted it to only the licenses that are allowed on Wikimedia. And that way, what I'd like to do is collect your work, digitize it, and then upload it There's a category called Open Culture Remix Posters. If you don't trust me to digitize it and upload, I would love for you to take it home and digitize it and upload it yourself. And I'll be here to answer any questions and to help, but feel free to have at it, and thank you so much for joining. I will just ask that you write your attribution statement on the back. So this is an example which uses the information about the artwork that you're using, adds your name and the license that you choose. Thank you so much.
Sprawdź dyskontowe The session is starting. The other one can continue doing some artwork, but in silence, please. Finish your thing. But you can continue, but in silence, that's fine. Okay. So let's move a little bit around here. You can move around the chairs if you feel more comfortable. Yeah? I am not the one providing interpretation. Sorry about that. Okay. So welcome everyone. So this is the REN session. So for the people who don't know what REN is, that means Wikipedian in Residence Network. That's a user group which was created a few years in the past. I was not there at that time, so I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell us the story. But in very short, that's a user group that's an official affiliate. And it's sort of a mix of people who are currently or wannabe or former Wikipedian in residence, which means people who are currently working in institutions, which is a vague term, in fact, doing stuff related to Wikimedia. So every year we do an event during Wikimania just to talk about the thing. If I'm not wrong, there are 3 sessions during Wikimania on the topic. So there was one from, or there is one from Jake. There is also one tomorrow afternoon with Connor. Where's Connor? In the other room. Okay. So what we agreed with is that since there are 3 sessions, it's a bit weird. So we'll stay rather general here. And if there are things that you want to go more in depth, it can be done tomorrow afternoon. All right? Good. So just a little show of hand. Who is currently a Wikipedian residence? And show your hands. About 1/3 of the people. And I presume most of the other ones do not know anything about what it is. Right? Or you have been. Or former. Okay, are there some people who know nothing about the topic? Are there some who want to become Wikipedian residents and don't really know how to do it? I see Nanour. Come over, Nanour. Sit at the front so we can, embrace you. Yes, exactly. So to make it shortly, there is a Telegram user group. If you don't know it, we can share it afterwards. There's also a mailing list, which is not super active, but decently active. There's some stuff being published from time to time. And there is a bunch of pages on Meta as well to know about the topic. So in the future, if you want to know anything about the topic, Telegram channel, mailing list, and some wiki pages on Meta. I am not the contact of the user group. I actually am not sure who are the official contact of the user group, and that's a big point. Are the contact members of the user group in this room? I think it's Andrew, and maybe Lane. Or Richard? It's like those 3 are usually who run everything. Yeah, and exactly. So Andrew is in the lightning talks, and I don't know where Lane and are, so we manage without them. But I might suggest something, and we can start afterwards. It seems that let's be bold, we haven't done any online meeting for about 2 years now, I think. So as far as I know, there is only 1 meeting per year, which is at Wikimania. That's not much. And also, we haven't submitted any annual report last year. So that means we are out of compliance. In the end, we don't really care because the Wikimedia Foundation is not going to kick us. Well, we exist anyway. But if there are good people who would like to actually get involved, write something that looks like a report or actually activate some meetings, that's the moment to do it, I think. Okay? Okay, is there anyone who would like to explain a little bit more what the Wikipedian Residence Network is? Maybe some historical people? You do. So present yourself quickly as well.
Hi, I'm Jamie Flood. I'm a Wikipedian resident, but my title is Senior Wikipedian. I'm the only one in the world. Sorry, someone like came up to me at WikiConference North America and told me that, and I laughed. But I'm also an outreach coordinator with the United States Department of Agriculture, National Agricultural Library. I've been with RIN for a couple years. I know Andrew and Lane and other Wikipedians in residence a few years ago came together to start the network just so we would have some representation. Wikipedian residents, the position itself is kind of contested sometimes because it's unclear, you know, can we edit? Should we edit? Are we adequately expressing our conflicts of interest, and are we abiding by that in the terms of service? And so that was really what it was to come together for us to have a group of people that represented us and could make materials and resources for other Wikimedians in residence, because that's the other thing. This job looks different across every institution, and an institution that wants to have one doesn't know what that looks like. And so I think that's something we're still kind of working on, is to create some documentation to help institutions create this kind of position. And I know Jake is probably working the hardest of any of us on that, and I know he's talking about that in his session around it. And yeah, that was really it. It's really an advocacy organization for ourselves, so we can be represented and we can communicate better with the Wikimedia Foundation and with those who are interested and with institutions that are interested. Thanks.
I think one of the very old Wikipedian residents is you, Martin, probably. Oh, thanks a lot. So I didn't mean you were old, and I'm probably slightly older than you. No, but as an experienced person, were you present when you the brand was created?
I must have been.
So, and if you were at the beginning, please explain a little bit on top of that.
I don't know if I was there at the inception of REN. Oh. Yield to someone better not.
And please remember to introduce yourself for the others.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I currently work at Wikimedia Netherlands, and I have to dig in my memory, but I think the Wikimedia Residence Exchange Network was founded at Wikimania in Montreal, Canada, where we all had a Bird of the Feather session, Wikimedians, and we thought, well, it's about time we would have a user group, so we had to go and talk to the people who define who gets to make a user group and everything. And I think Richard took it from there. And Richard, yeah, right? Can you take it? Can you take it again?
The idea is a mutual support network among Wikimedians in residence. In reaction to both to represent our interests to the Wikimedia Foundation and some of the technologies that we might need help support with, to represent ourselves in terms of the editing communities and, you know, sometimes being challenged on conflict of interest and what are the appropriate policies for that. To help represent ourselves in respect to the institutions that employ us. You know, what should be required of us? What are the ethics of that? Are there standard contracts that we should develop? And also just to share practices and to share discussions. A lot of times, you know, we might be asked to do a particular thing around Wikidata or something technical, or to make a certain type of edit-a-thon, or indeed sometimes our institution might ask us something slightly ethically questionable. And how do we react to that? And this is a good forum because you can talk to some of your peers. It's meant to be like a peer learning network. Yeah, and so hopefully it's been a little bit less active in recent years. I've been a little bit less active myself because I'm no longer Wikimedian in residence at the moment. But the idea is to be this sort of peer support network for people in this it's sort of like a guild of people who have a similar position at different institutions. Thanks.
I think guild is a good term. I'd like to ask you, don't drop the mic. Don't drop the mic. Do you think you achieved your goals? So it was created back in 2017.
Yeah.
It's a big one, I know. Did you achieve the goal? And what do you think is still needed at the moment? Maybe there are new concerns that are emerging?
Yeah, I think we achieved some of the goals. We created some sense of camaraderie and peer relationships. Obviously, there are all sorts of other concerns that have arisen since then, particularly concerns around technology development. You know, some of the tools were developed, you know, by volunteers, and they haven't quite lasted, and that's impacted a number of our institutions, and it affected me as well in my position. There's obviously a lot of other stuff that's happened, you know, around AI and incorporating that, and the different institutional interests of different folks in AI and how we react to that. How do we react to maybe Wikipedia not being the exciting technology that it sometimes was once considered, and how do we make it that so again? How do we position ourselves in this sort of corporate environment of technology as a bit of an alternative? So yeah, I think there are many more things that can be accomplished if we reactivate a little bit.
Is there somebody who would like to reflect on what the benefits for them was when they became a Wikipedian residents? Either from somebody who is currently active or was no more active for some reason. You're too new. I'll ask you afterwards. The mic, where's the mic? Drop this one. Well, he asked first and then you second.
Well, it made my career. It's the most significant thing I've ever done and will do. So without GlamWiki as a concept, as a method to try and connect to communities and demonstrate that that could be done at a time when both communities were at best ambivalent and at most antagonistic to each other, to be able to prove that it was at least possible, personally, has allowed me to, has served the rest of my career, because nothing I have ever done since has not been built upon the experiences and connections and values that started. So that's been hugely valuable to me as an individual. I should note that was volunteer at the time, and I had to quit my job and become an unpaid intern to do the Wikipedian in residence internationally. But I knew that was an investment in my future, just as an egotistical level. But that helped build a network and a movement, which is more, that's the scalability. To your original question,
you were the first.
Yeah.
Yep.
To your original question of was it a success, at the institution where I was at, no, because but I think it's a success at the level of the concept, that we have a network, that we have a movement, that the acronym GLAM and the acronym Wikipedian Residence has now grown beyond this. But the definition of success I set myself at the time at the institution where I was, which was the British Museum, was that my role as Wikipedian residence would become irrelevant or no longer necessary because to work myself out of a job, that the institution would take on those tasks as standard practices or accept the concept of doing wiki things as part of the normal job. And I do feel that sometimes institutions get halfway there, where they say, oh, this is really good, we like this, we'll have another Wikipedia in residence, or we'll make that person permanent, which centralizes the power and knowledge rather than distributes it. I would like to see Wikipedian residences focusing on spreading the knowledge and spreading the capacity rather than centralizing it in a single position or a single person. The original concept of Wikipedian residence, not that this is the only way to do things, but the very first idea was the position becomes permanent, but the person, their first task is to help identify the next person, and their first task is to identify the next person, so you're constantly rotating through new volunteers, maybe getting an internship salary or whatever, but over time, the local community is flooded with people who have had the professional expertise with that place, and that place has met lots of people throughout the movement, rather than it just becoming one person who owns that institution. Sorry, Sandra?
I skip. Oh, yeah.
Remember
yeah.
to introduce you.
I would say my experience has been, I've been a wiki... I'm Sandra. Sandra Fauconnier. I'm a user spinster, long-time Wikimedian, currently super active on mainly Wikidata, Wikimedia Commons, less Wikipedia. I was a Wikimedian in residence 10 years ago and 7 years ago. The two situations were interesting. Maybe there's more people here in that situation that I was not a Wikipedian in residence for one organization, but it was always a collaboration between like 5 academic libraries or 3 local archives, etc. So it was not just one institution. I took your question more as a personal question, like what did it mean for you or something? What was your question again?
What did it bring to you?
Yeah.
And maybe also, do you think it should have included other things that you have been missing that could be added in the future?
Okay, yeah.
And what were the new problems that emerged?
Yeah. Just personally looking at it, I found it extremely satisfying work because, you know, you are being paid for your hobby, basically. And I found...
Some are paid, some are not paid, just in case.
Yes. I was lucky enough to be paid for, you know, for the work. I didn't do a lot of editing, but more the organizing behind it. Yeah, it's a combination of indeed spreading the word about the projects, event organization, getting to know different organizations, cultural organizations, and how they work. I think a challenge has indeed been also what Liam has said. I think in general, I've seen that organizations usually see it as a one-time project. And it is this one-time thing that is being done for a year, for 2 years, and then it disappears again. So yeah, if I look back at the 2 residencies I did, I think there's maybe some remaining stuff there, but not enough. So that's maybe, yeah, but I don't know how I could have done that differently, because I think like everyone in the room here, my core job was internal training, was, you know, teaching people how to edit. Second residency was already very much in the Wikidata times with data-driven organizations, teaching them about Wikidata, but still it didn't really catch on, I would say. So there's the work you do during the residency that, of course, some stuff ends up on Wikidata, but they do not continue doing it. So I would say that's a challenge. But personally, I found it really enriching. It's a really enriching kind of work because, yeah, you go places, you meet people, you do stuff, you combine communities. You work on interesting content. I also really do it for the content. It's nice to get to know
it's
new
often
topics.
a big challenge, the long-term effect, in fact.
Yeah.
Wanted to comment.
I wanted to provide an alternative perspective of what Liam said, because we've got to have some disagreements in the session, haven't we? And Liam knows how much I colossally admire what he did and how pivotal it was to creating the role of Wikimedian residents. But I think we're making a mistake. I think we're thinking of this job as too kind of innovative and transformative, and we'd have more success and more sustainability if it's thought of as a more ordinary job. Because we're talking about, transforming the whole organization, training the rest of the staff to make the staff wiki familiar. But the small organizations, so as background, I'm Martin, I'm on my 4th Wikimedian residence role. The first 3 were time limited, and now I'm in one which is ongoing, is indefinite. I'm definitely part of the organization. It's a small organization I work with, and say they have a lawyer. Now, the lawyer doesn't try to make all the other staff lawyers. The lawyer is the locus of legal expertise and maybe tells other people what they can and can't do legally, but doesn't seek to make the other staff lawyers. There's a web developer, and that doesn't try to teach the rest of the staff CSS. They are the locus of CSS expertise, and so the organization is a set of people with different responsibilities, different expertise. What I'm selling is my Wikipedia expertise, and that's recognized as a part of what the organization does. Because I've been able to get a milestone or get some impressive results, I've been very lucky and fortunate and privileged in the clients I get to work with. I've become established as the person who brings the cultural content of my employer to a truly vast audience. And I'm trusted to do that and trusted to advise the rest of the team on what's possible and not, and they advise me on things. So I'm doing a more conventional job. And in the past I've tried to do this transformative thing, or I'm going to change the organization from the inside, well, people have their own responsibility, their own deadlines, their own skills, they've got jammed up timetables. You can't get, it's a bit arrogant to go in and say, well, you're doing your job and you have your expertise, but you should have some of my expertise as well. You should make time to learn the things that I know.
May I? Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Do remember to introduce yourself.
yes, I'm Federico Nemo. I was, I guess, the first Wikimedian in residence in Italy, and I agree with both in a sense that, at least for me, the long-term effect of the residency at Fondazione Bake has been training the staff. Most of that staff has left that specific organization, and they're now editing Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects in other organizations without us even having to help them. So they became the Wikimedians in residence in other organizations. Of course, this was a very peculiar case of a library, digital library, which was very much interested in open data and so on. So an extremely special case where I had a lot of organizational support. But again, they turned Wikimedians because it helped them make their job easier. It was not something on top of what they were doing. Because they were already doing authority control, for example, and doing it with the help of Wikidata actually saved them time sometimes. or finding ways to do things with scripts and bots the way we do it on Wikimedia projects made them much faster, also at some of their usually librarian tasks. So in some cases, it is appropriate to convert, in this case, half of the organization into Wikimedians. So
That's satisfactory. I'm going to ask I see you cannot resist. Yeah.
I agree with Federico. I think it comes personally somewhere in the middle. I've been at NAL for 5 years, and my role is kind of to integrate editing sometimes. I was brought on because our current Undersecretary of Agriculture sees Wikipedia as a way of extending USDA's mission of sharing science with the people. And so I work with scientists to write Wikipedia articles around the things that they work on, mycotoxins, research, different diseases and stuff like that. And so I'm not out to make anyone a Wikipedian. I think some people are and should be. I think this is a good role to have, to train the next generation of Wikipedians from, and to have interns and stuff through. But my role is to just help people integrate. And like our metadata librarians use Wikidata more and more. We're trying to crosswalk our catalog with Wikidata so other agricultural librarians can use our metadata for their catalogs. And so it's just stuff like that. I think there's a balance, and personally this job means a lot to me. It changed my whole life. It's why I'm a librarian now, because I got to go and work in a librarian as a Wikipedian, and I loved it, and I bring those two together now because I'm passionate about sharing knowledge. And I think that's one of the ways that my personal beliefs align with NAL's mission, is to share information and share it more broadly, because at least at my institution, it's hard to access my information from Google. It's hard to access the catalog, and because we upload things to Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons, it makes things more accessible. And how great is that?
I'd like to raise another topic, which I'm sure some people might be interested, is how do we actually become a Wikimedian residence? Or do we have a new job a second one. So I'm going to take just a tiny example for us, and then we can talk about maybe some of the activities at Wikimedia France might be one, and maybe how you became. So in our case, in my case, I'm working part-time for WIPO, so that's the World Intellectual Property Right Organization. And the relationship with the UN was actually started, I don't know if John is here. I don't think so. So John Cummings, you might know him, he has been trying to work for years at UNESCO, with UNESCO. He has worked for years for UNESCO. And then he created, relationship with the people over there. And in the end, he started working for a short contract for WIPO. And it was only by hearing, right? It was not, there was nothing being published officially. It was just suggesting a new name. So he suggested 2 names at some point. Ayla was one of them. There was also Sherry. So they worked for 3 months, I think, roughly. And then they suggested, Ayla suggested my name, so I joined WIPO. I worked for 1 year for them, and they wanted some more languages. So in turn, I contacted Wikimedia Mexico, and they suggested his name. So for me, my relationship was asking to a chapter, to an affiliation, to have some names. And then they wanted the Arabic. So again, I asked some people I knew, and it was always listening. So I outlined the importance of the networking, because in fact, we suggest people we know. We already know they are valuable. We know that in most cases, they are admin. They have been there for a long time. They know the rules. So it's probably never, or very rarely, but I might wait for some suggestion. And I would like to propose you to explain how you became a Wikipedian resident. And who are you? Who are you?
Okay, hello everyone. So sorry in advance, my English is not that good. My name is Michael. I'm 21. And I'm a Wikimedian in residence in France. So what do you want? I explain how do I become?
How did that happen? What was the path to get there? That's a good
question. So it's.
And I'm giving the microphone at the same time to another person. Who might at the same time.
Maybe I can help, because actually I think that there was 7 residency in France, and they were all public, like a normal job.
Yeah.
So you see it in the newspaper or whatever, and you answer, which is strange, because I saw afterwards some people applying, and I was like, oh, they're not even. They don't know what is Wikimedia. We think it's Wikipedia with a P mistaken by a M. So maybe it's not a good idea, but in France it was always the same. It is when they publish the offer, most of them, at least the 3 where Michael is, and we'll talk after. And Charlotte is just behind me. That's why you are. He's helping from Wikimedia France, so maybe she can talk better than me.
Hi, everyone. Who I am? I'm Charlotte. I work for Wikimedia France, and I'm in the shadow of the residents. We have here, it's okay. We have a partnership with French government, and residents are in an institution who do, I don't know the word for formation, training, thank you. Well, training for researchers, student, or from PhD, and a librarian in a university. And we do an employee with, sorry, I don't have good English. Comment dire?
Dis-le en français.
No. Yeah, but ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'il y avait eu donc du coup une.
So.
Really sorry.
There was.
Donc, on a eu une. C'était pas prévu, donc du coup, je suis.
Ah. Respire. Ça va?
Oui, oui, oui. Ce qui s'est passé, c'est qu'on a eu une proposition de la part des URFIS. Donc, les URFIS sont des institutions de formation auprès des, donc, comme je disais tout à l'heure, donc, tout ce qui est université, donc à la fois les chercheurs, les bibliothécaires, les étudiants, pour proposer des formations sur les projets Wikimedia pour qu'ils puissent être utilisés dans le cadre de la science ouverte et mettre en avant la recherche française. Dans ce
To summarize, I am a professional translator, you know that. To summarize, Wikimedia France was contacted by URFIST. URFIST is a network of organization, roughly. Okay, yeah, this
it's not the good
up,
one.
yeah. And they actually proposed, that's public institution, they propose some training for, in particular in the sector of research and universities. So they contacted Wikimedia France to propose.
Ouais, pour avoir un partenariat du coup, pour faire en sorte que pendant un an, dans 6 URFIST, il puisse y avoir
une personne.
Voilà,
Okay.
un Wikimedia en résidence pour pouvoir proposer des formations et
Ouais.
aussi des outils pour aider les personnes à prendre en main les outils Wikimedia,
Ouais.
pour les utiliser dans le cadre de la science ouverte.
Okay, so typically that was the example of you suggested. These were contracts for 1 year that were suggested as part of partnership with Wikimedia France for 1 Wikipedian, or 6 Wikipedian residents in 6 different URFIST. So then there was a publication of the call, and there were some people who answered to the call, and some people got the job.
Yeah. So, qu'est-ce qu'il faut dire de plus? What am I doing?
The first few months, how's life?
The first few months, not a lot. I discovered the university because this is a complex world. So I was a student, but I never saw the other side, and that's not the same. So it was the time to send emails, to take contact, to prepare, and sorry. Yeah, and after that, to make a program to make trainings for everyone, so to cover all the subjects, all the and.
So the introduction in the sector is not always so easy. Sometimes it's complicated because you do not know at all typically we might take the example of UN. It's a very different world from the Wikipedia world, right? So it's a bit unexpected.
Sometimes you don't know well the Wikimedian world and come from the university. That was another people. And sometimes you don't know well the university world, but you know the Wikimedian world. So it always, it's a work. Every time you have to discover one of the both worlds.
Yeah.
And
how
combine.
did you come to become a Wikipedian yourself? How did it work?
Okay. I'm Johanna Jalhonen from Finland, and I have been a Wikipedian for 15 years. And I have been publicly dreaming about being a Wikipedian in residence. And who of you considers yourself a geek? Yes, so I thought that Wikipedians are typically geeks. So I have been telling the Geek Women in Finland United. They have a Facebook group. So every spring there is this Women in Red competition in Finnish Wikipedia. So I have been telling that, okay, you as a geeks, why don't you start contributing to Wikipedia and so on, and telling that how these are progressing, that now we have this many females here and so on. So I had a dream, and in the audience there are 2 ladies who could stand up maybe. They had also a dream, and they are art researchers, and they were dreaming about starting a Wikipedia project. And then we were in the same Facebook group, and that's how we made the application together, and we got funded for 2 years, and we have started in January.
And it was 15 years ago?
No, this year.
This year?
But
Sorry.
I have been in Wikipedia
This
for
year.
15
So
years.
now you're 3 of you?
We are 4.
Okay. 4 of you, okay. So what about the people over there? Any comment? University of Edinburgh and Wikimedia Italy and Eric. Okay, who wants to make a comment?
Some random comment. No, I'm I succeeded Nemo as a Wikipedian in residence. So for the last 8 years, I'm working professionally as a Wikipedian in residence, and now I'm in the staff of Wikimedia Italia. So in this case, in our country, all projects are nearly centralized, we can say. I'm not the only Wikipedian in residence, but I think as we are speaking about evolution of this role, or not necessarily profession, it is no more the main model for GLAM collaborations. In Italy, we searched for other ways to involve cultural organizations, such as making contents, call, and so on. So sometimes we give money. Sometimes we ask for money, depending on the dimension of the organization. We search to redistribute it to small cultural organizations, small museums, for example, and so on. So I think we experimented a lot of possible things, because the Wikipedian in residence works mainly on big organization. But for example, in Italy, most of the museums are very small, so we cannot ignore them. So we give them some money to create some simple projects, and we give them a tutor that is nearly a small Wikipedian in residence. So it's very interesting. Yeah. No, they are not independent and generally not hired directly from the organization, even if it is theoretically possible, of course. Because I think it's better for the independence. If I'm not an employee of a library or a museum, I have not a problem to risk to violate some guidelines of the community, because they ask me hard. I had to make the biography of the director of the museum or so on. And also another interesting thing, and that I'm the first Wikipedian resident in a university in Italy, and it's a very interesting thing. Of course, Wikipedians collaborated with the university worldwide for a long time, but in Italy it's the first time we have a formal role of Wikipedian in residence. Of course, universities has museums, libraries, and archives inside. But in my case, the most important thing, really, I'm a tutor for many training seminaries for any kind of course in the university. Thank you very much.
And time is running. Salvador wants to say something, and then I would like to hear Andrew. Yeah, welcome back, Andrew. About tools, but let's hear Salvador first.
Thank you. My name is Salvador. As Florence has said, I am Wikipedia resident for the World Intellectual Property Organization. Something that I want to bring to the table is that maybe I am the only Wikipedia resident, not only in Mexico, but only in the whole Latin America currently. And that for me is quite significant that maybe we need to make some adaptation of the model of Wikipedia residence for the global south. I'm amazed that most of you are from Europe and North America, but only me, it's from Latin America. Something is happening that the Wikipedia residence is not working for the global south institutions. In the case of Latin America, I believe there are two main sources of that problem. First is maybe the internal narratives and rules of Spanish Wikipedia that sometimes is kind of picky with this idea of conflict of interest that maybe it's quite related with the role of a Wikipedia residence. And also because the Latin American institutions, museums, and universities, and so on, maybe are not so aware of this figure, or maybe they don't have enough money to pay a Wikipedia residence. And even, for example, in my case, that I'm not working for a Latin American institution, I'm working for an international institution, and it's quite also significant. So something that arose in my mind about how you see yourselves as Wikipedia residents. In my case, I see my role like a mediator of the contents of the institution to my whole community, of my language community, in this case, the Spanish community. I'm taking all the contents that WIPO has in order to enrich the content for my community. I'm not watching it like something that the organization wins, but my community does. So maybe it's quite important also because it comes from my context, from my global soul context that maybe is quite different from yours. That's all. Thank you very much.
I must say we are blessed in our case because number one, WIPO has adopted CC BY. So it's, we don't have to fight and explain them. So it's super comfortable. And everything they publish is in 6 languages. Not all report, but many of the report are in 6 languages. So we do some training, but we do also a lot of article integration, content increase. So it's a little bit different from many Wikipedian residents. But we have stuff which is already available in our language, which is comfortable. We are lucky with that. And Drew, since you're back, maybe you can give us a little insight about the stool story, because last year when we had this session in Singapore, there was a moment where we were pointing out that many of the tools that we use to do some reporting in particular and to prove the impact of the work we do were broken. So it was getting very complicated. There was some institution decided to stop working with us because we couldn't prove what we were actually doing on the paper. So what's the situation this year? Is it better, worse, same? Oh, so tell us.
Thanks, folks. And sorry, I wasn't here for the first part, but how many people here have had either a technical challenge or a tool challenge affect your work this year, or be a blocker to your work? Okay. So, yes, unscientific, but certainly not surprising. So I'm glad Florence brought up the fact that we did have a similar panel last year in Singapore. And I want to make sure to tell you folks, it matters to have these kinds of forums. In fact, when I was going to Singapore last year, we had already a basket of concerns around things like PattyPan being unreliable, or some of the Magnesis tools, which are awesome, but sometimes are not as bulletproof or reliable at times that one would want, or not knowing the state of structured data on commons, which a lot of you might have had plans for working with structured data and then were unsure about the future of those tools, whether it's query service or support for new things going forward. So I wanted to say that when I arrived in Singapore, we had these basket of concerns, but then I talked to Florence, and she had issues with the ESA tool. And I talked to someone else, and they had another, and these are all tools I had not even thought of yet. So we start to collect these stories, and then, as Florence said, at the end of the session of Wikimania 2023, Mike Dixon said a very powerful quote saying, if we don't address these tool and tech issues, the role of Wikimedian residents may go away. Because we had tangible stories of people who did not get funding for the next year because these metrics tools broke and they couldn't show any significant metrics to their employer, or they couldn't move forward on a project that they were planning, right? So the good news, I think, is very much as a result of that Wikimania session and feedback to the foundation, they did fund a project for 2024 that I'm working on right now. So if you've been to either the GLAM pre-conference day or in our earlier session on user stories, they did fund the project through the Smithsonian in the United States called GLAM CSI. And the CSI part you might recognize. We chose CSI first and said, what could CSI stand for? Contributor Study Initiative, but you probably know CSI stands for something else as well. So we said, let's do a serious study of the tools and let's survey our community. How many people here have participated in the GLAM CSI survey that I sent out at some point? Oh, so we have more victims if we want to get more data back. But thank you for the folks who did send back that survey. But we got over 50 respondents, and the goal of this is to actually get hard data behind some of the anecdotal data we were giving the foundation about people getting frustrated by certain tools or not being able to get their job done. And even though we had, only, it's still quite a bit, 50 some responses, people were very exhaustive and detailed with the free responses about why do you participate in GlamWiki projects? What are some obstacles in your participation? And those results are in the midterm report. So if anyone wants to look at this, it's in Meta. If you just Google GLAM CSI or search for GLAM CSI as in crime scene investigation or contributor study initiative, you will find the midpoint report. And then I'm sure, Michelle, we're going to be putting out more outputs from the GLAM day where you already have a little bit of a write-up in the newsletter. But we had a great day where we... What's that? Yes, we have a diff post pending. Yes. So we'll have the outputs of that where we did a lot of brainstorming around the tools and how we might improve them or what challenges we faced. So I think that's a pretty good wrap up of a year's worth of impact from last year's Wikimania, which gives us a little bit of hope that these can be addressed. So hopefully when we get the list of the tools and how people are using them and how much they're critical to people's work, we can now say, let's make a plan to support them better or to improve them or to fix them because we actually have hard data that shows this is critical to our work. That's it.
Exactly. With that, our time is over. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. But there's again time tomorrow afternoon to continue talking about the Wikipedian residence topic. So do not hesitate to show up with a Connor. Sorry about that. You hate me here. No. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And let's move on.